Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
All right, crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hey, good to see you.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
Hey, Jack.
I muted myself.
Jack, you're muted.
Jack, you're muted.
Jack.
Not anymore.
You're muted, Jack.
Uh-oh. No, he doesn't have the
Do you
little
turn
mute
the
guy
thing
on
up,
there.
Nick?
He's on. That's
Uh-oh.
all.
I'm on.
I tried.
Hello. I'm getting.
Right now, Nick. Great radio. What's happening? Fill the time. Jack's just going to hang out.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
That's right.
Oh, I had to turn him down with a whiteboard.
Yeah, people. Yeah. We hear you on the.
Hear anything now? Oh, good.
Okay,
This is
now I
tough.
can.
This is tough.
No,
Tough
still
look.
got nothing. Do you think Jack has something set up wrong, Nick?
Maybe.
Jack, you want to hop out and hop back in? All right,
Always
you're
works.
gonna
So you can
hop
always
out hop
unplug
back
and plug back
Yeah.
in. Yeah,
Just
that
blowing the
works.
car.
Yeah.
Blowing
Hey,
the
so
cartridge.
Just blowing the
are
cartridge.
you doing okay, Cowboys guy?
Man, we're starting this way immediately. We're
Well,
just going right to it.
I just want to let you know.
No,
that
I'm back.
No. Listen, the reason I bring it up is because I had people in my life reach out to me,
Yeah.
send me the graphic of like, every team in the NFC has been in the conference championship game except for the
since
Cowboys.
Yeah,
And they sent it to me being like, I forgot the Panthers were in the championship
They
game.
went into 2 Super
Yeah.
Bowls.
We've been twice.
Two Super
Twice.
Bowls.
People forget.
Yeah.
People forget.
Jack,
Hey, can you hear me now?
there
Hey,
we
Jack.
go.
Oh, so it was on Jackson.
Yep.
Interesting.
What happened,
whoa,
Jack?
whoa.
Whoa.
I
didn't change anything.
I didn't either.
Jack, I think you did great.
Yeah.
I do have a
Sound
nasty
awesome, Jack.
echo right now, but
Uh-oh.
other than that,
You
That's
have
just
an
me.
echo?
I can't
Mhm.
control his echo. I don't
No,
know.
I don't know.
test 1, 2. Now it's gone. It always starts like every time I've ever been on. It echoes for the first 15 seconds and then it goes away.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. No, I'm terrible though. I'm horrible.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
to hear
there's
that.
a
Sorry I
comment.
brought it up.
Yeah, there's a comment from Tony. Josh's living nightmare is happening as we speak. Commanders versus Eagles in the NFC Championship game, and the Cowboys are a one-of-one type of team, only team in the NFC not to make a championship game this century. Yeah, I'm miserable. I have to root for Washington.
That's all right.
That's not fun.
Who do you
Also,
think, who's Micah Parsons rooting for?
I don't know.
Do you listen to his show?
No,
You
of
don't.
course not.
Of all the podcasts you listen to, you don't listen to your own players?
No, I don't listen to player podcasts.
What?
No, absolutely
Crazy.
not. I don't.
That's crazy.
Nah,
That's buffoonery.
I like the media. I support the media. I like media podcasts.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah, indeed. So he's probably rooting for the Eagles because he's a Pennsylvania guy.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Also, the worst part is like, okay, cool. I root for Washington. Okay, cool. They win. Then do they just like have the best young quarterback in the NFL and he's in my division now for the rest of time? Like, this is horrible.
But
that
he's
works.
fun, and he has the cool alternate uniform.
No, he does
You
not have
should-
cool alternate uniforms.
You should play down a league and come to the NFC South.
Maybe that would be great.
Right?
Dallas is in the South.
Yeah.
Dallas is
What
in
is
the
it?
South.
Deregulate? Isn't that what they do in soccer? You should do that.
Oh, relegation?
Yeah, relegation.
Yeah,
Just
that
come
sounds
on
good.
down to the NFC South. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah. John writes, I'm guessing Nick needs to restart the computer again. Can't hear him on the app, by the way. I think that email was sent. I think we're good, though, now. Jack's there. Everything's fine. Jack, are we still echoing? How's it sound on your end?
It's good. It's good now.
Jack, do you have an opinion on the Cowboys?
About who they should hire?
I think he just meant in general.
Yeah, just bring back Mike McCarthy.
Oh, do I have an opinion about them in general? No, I mean, I got my biggest opinion of them is I got super sick of them during the 90s. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably my most notable opinion about the Cowboys, but it's pretty much worn off. They've never been one of my suite of favorite teams. They're one of the few one of the few in all my promiscuity over the years, I've still never had a fling with the Cowboys, even though I have with many other teams over the years.
Who's been your favorite fling then? Like, what's one that when
my
it's
favorite
like a cold winter night, you think back on those nice summer days with them?
God,
Which one
I had a little thing with the Falcons in the early 90s when they switched to black uniforms and got Dion and Mike Rozier.
Black uniforms, interesting.
Yeah.
Slow down, Nick.
I liked that. I was, one of my early ones, and you don't forget your early ones, but the Houston Oilers. Yeah, the Houston Oilers during the late 80s. That was always a fun time. I had a more long-term thing with the Chiefs, and that was nice too in its own way.
So, Jack, of the 8 teams that played this weekend, we talked about it a little bit. Saturday's game featured 3 of your former favorite teams: Washington, Detroit, and Kansas City. Yeah. You liked Houston, so not the Texans. You liked the Oilers.
The Oilers.
And then on Sunday, were you ever a Eagles, Rams, Bills, or Ravens fan?
Eagles, no, definitely not Eagles. Rams, no. I mean, not. They're kind of in a. I had individual. They're sort of a tier 2 where I didn't ever really have a fling with them, but we maybe like kind of went out for a while. With the Rams. What was the other? Or the other? Well, I guess I can think. Ravens. No, too new. I was out. I was almost out of my favorite team situation by the time they were. Well, that's not true. They've been around since the 90s. No, never really. Definitely not the Bills. 100% not the Bills. So.
I'm kind of shocked to hear not the Bills, because the Bills are like everybody's favorite spring fling.
Nope.
All right, Nick.
Hate the Bills.
Okay.
Yeah, my wife asked me this morning. She said, "Who is Nick rooting for in the AFC Championship game?" I said, "I bet he is going to root for the Chiefs."
A tie?
You can't root for a tie. It's a champion. I mean, you could root for the Meteor.
There you go.
Yeah, Meteor sounds good.
I cheer for curses, so I'll be cheering against the Bills. So,
whoa.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do in the NFC? Are you going to go with the Commanders?
The Commanders. Yeah, they're one of my exes, so I can definitely. I'll take them the whole way.
I'm Commanders pilled. Dale Jr., famously a Commanders fan. Dale Jr., my first favorite sports person.
Would have went fully Commanders if they would have stuck with football team. I do
love football team.
I can't in full faith not go away from my favorite moniker of all time.
It was a good moniker.
Football team is good.
And they could have had a mascot of just a football guy. It could have been perfect. But no, they went and ruined it.
A ball that is like a football person?
Yeah.
Jack, can you imagine a mascot where it's like the ball of the sport and it was like a person and people celebrated that as a mascot?
Nice.
I can't even imagine such a thing.
Sounds dumb and unpopular.
I want a baseball version of that guy.
Well, I'm sure he's available, Nick, on Canva. I'm sure he is.
I want the Commanders to come up with a cool mascot other than just like the W.
Yeah.
Somebody floated the idea of using an A10 warthog as the Washington Commanders logo, and I'm kind of subscribed to that.
I always thought they should just go like FDR. Just go one of those.
FDR.
Real commander in chief.
Okay, interesting. It's a former president.
Their mascot just switches every who the current president
I cannot believe they didn't just go with the Hogs. I still can't believe that.
Yeah.
It would have been such a good nickname.
But was Hogs the one that was like bought out? Like they lost a couple of like copyrights like right when they announced that they were going to do the change.
Really?
And
They could have
maybe.
paid some money.
Yeah.
Well, Dan
Danny
Snyder's an
Snyder
idiot.
wasn't going to pay any money.
Yeah, he's a moron.
I think Hogs was, because it was like Red Hogs that they were like considering they're going to do that instead, which still fits, still works. But that's a
honestly, new mascots or like relatively new teams with mascot, and I still am thinking like the Panthers and the Jaguars, like those were weak, those were bad. The 90s were bad, and I guess other sports have probably done better since.
Well, I don't know. What do you think of like
mascots?
There was the Magic.
Yeah,
there was the
that was
Heat.
okay. Those are.
What do you think
don't
about
know.
like Supernova? Like now, like we got
Supernova
volleyball.
is great.
I love
that's
Supernova.
great.
I think it's great. I was at the match yesterday, and I literally said,
I was too.
Yeah, thanks.
Look at the volleyball boys.
Did you
Yeah,
see-
but listen, Nick passed me in the corridor, didn't want to say hi, which
I
is
didn't
fine.
even see him.
Yeah, exactly.
Unreal. Nick, you're big time
Insane.
people at sporting events.
But
Already.
apparently we both posted a picture of the match at the same time on Twitter. So
From
that's
opposite
really
sides
funny.
of the arena. It was
Yeah.
pretty electric.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to think of other new names, like the Texans is a terrible name.
Texans
for a
is
team.
bad.
terrible.
I was staring at that logo like the entire game,
Uh-huh.
and it's supposed to be like a bull, but that doesn't mean Texan to me. I don't understand like what that is.
I don't
right?
like it.
I would have rather
Yeah.
had like a 72-ounce steak.
They should just
Do a cactus.
I just
Yeah.
wish they could get the Oilers name back from Tennessee. It would be just like the Browns
Yes.
got it when they went back to Cleveland.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
the Browns. It would be cool if the Oilers could be in Houston again.
Yes.
I hate those jerks when Tennessee plays them and they wear their Oilers stuff.
Yeah.
I get triggered, and I
Why-
don't even like Houston.
Why is Tennessee the Titans? What's that etymology?
I mean,
Oil Titans?
It was the '90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, again, we weren't really that
know.
creative with some
Well,
of the
the 90s sucked. I mean, but it's still not, even like the Vegas hockey team, right? Golden Knights.
Knights.
That
Yeah.
sucks. That could be way
Right.
cooler.
I wanted it to be like the Las Vegas Snake Eyes because you could have had a snake, but you
Oh,
could have had two.
been good.
You could have had the
Yes.
dice as the eyes. Like I thought that would have been lean into the Vegas part of it. where
100%.
Makes it harder to move though.
It does make it hard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, then you just change your name to the
Utah
Titans.
Hockey Club. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just do
there
that.
is. They haven't decided on their name, right?
No,
Yeah,
I think-
Utah is still hockey club.
Yep.
Yeah,
I love that.
and I forget. Are they there right now? Are they
Yeah,
playing there
they're
right
there
now?
now.
Yes. Yep.
Wow,
Yeah.
that shows
I
how much
love
I
that.
paid attention to the NHL this season.
Like new NBA team, like when Charlotte changed, they were the
Bobcats?
Bobcats. That's terrible.
And their
Uh,
owner's name was Bob.
Yeah.
Now-
like
To-
that was so weak.
That's
Tony in the
cheesy.
chat saying
I mean-
Seattle Kraken. I agree.
That
Kraken
is a
That
good
was good. There you go.
That's
That was
a good
very
one.
good.
It's unique.
Yes.
I'm trying to.
The problem is you always have to make these plural, right? Like you have to make it like it's going to be either like multiple of something, like it's the supernovas. So you have multiple supernova
Yeah, it's
happening
not
at the
just
same
one
time, right?
supernova.
Yeah,
It's not the singular supernova.
I think
I
a
mean-
singular supernova could have worked.
yeah.
The Omaha, supernova.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, supernova.
If anything, it sounds bigger. Than
Actually, I like that better.
multiple-
No.
Just supernova, no S, no
Yeah.
plural.
I kind of
I
like
love
that
it.
better.
Cleaner that way.
It's kind of like the Heat or the Heat or the Magic in some way.
Mhm.
It's more of a concept than a thing.
Mike points out Supersonics to Thunder was a major downgrade.
I
Supersonics was awesome.
I agree, but Thunder by itself, I'm okay with.
Mm.
Like Thunder from Supersonics is it's depressing, but Thunder by itself, I would have been fine.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Going back to the Magic,
Yeah.
I think that's a bad name by itself, except when the Magic and Wizards play each other, because I think that's fun.
Fair.
Hmm.
See, that's another one. They used to be the Bullets.
Yeah,
I liked it when
Bullets
they
was
were the
good.
Bullets.
Did
was
Woke
good.
come for that? Is that what
It did. It came for them in the 90s.
it did.
A long time ago.
Charlotte Bobcats. I didn't mind the Bobcats.
Really?
Oh, God.
I liked that they're the Hornets again.
I'm guessing you're not a cat guy because all of the Jack,
Fair.
all of the issues you've had have been with cats. The
That's
Jaguars,
because you
Bobcats, the Panthers.
you take a survey of all the high schools in the state and you have
Yep.
800 of all
that
of
same
those.
stuff.
There's too many Bearcats in this state.
There's
That
a
is-
lot of
that is
cats.
for sure.
There's a lot of
Bearcats,
cats, a lot
Tigers,
of tigers.
Wildcats. We're done. We
Yeah.
don't need any more cat teams whatsoever. We can
No.
be done with them.
When
But
my
the-
school,
Go ahead, Nick.
so when my school consolidated with the other school,
Nice.
when I was in
That's what happens
elementary
usually
school.
with consolidation.
yes, we went from the Bulldogs to the Wolves, and I was disappointed in that.
That's-
Bulldogs
yeah.
felt cooler than Wolf.
What's cooler,
Yeah,
a
that's
bulldog or a wolf?
Mm,
Whole question.
Like we have the generic Bulldog mascot that everybody has, but he looked cool.
One
you
of
know?
my favorite workout T-shirts is my Santa Cruz banana slug. That's one of my favorites. I like
Nice.
that. It's
Some people
unique.
do like
it
the
gets
banana
people,
slugs.
gets people asking.
Mm-hmm.
I think baseball has the best names.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Savannah Bananas.
Yeah, they're just more fun. At least in
Okay.
the minor leagues.
They don't need to make sense either. They
Like-
just kind of throw a couple of names together.
That's true.
In the Rockies is kind of boring, but what else would you name a baseball team?
it's good. It's good. No, it's good.
Weed.
It's solid. It's fine.
Underrated favorite?
Stoners.
Raptors.
Raptors
are
is
great.
awesome.
Raptors
Raptors is
cool.
great.
And the original look that Toronto had
Beautiful. Bring it back.
from my day,
Mhm.
back in my day, was great. Same with Vancouver, the
Yep.
Grizzlies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not everything needs to be like claw scratches and stuff
Oh.
like that. We need to bring back like the front facing Chicago Bear logo is one of my favorite logos in sports.
Well,
I love
now that's a take. I'm not a
I
fan
do.
of
I love that.
I don't really
You don't
It's
like the
cool.
bear logo? Oh,
It's a
Nah.
cool logo.
Not the
Thank
front, not the front facing one. Kind of looks like a goober.
you just like the C? You'd rather have the C than the
Yeah,
bear.
it's classic.
I'm
It's very
sick of-
classic.
I'm sick of all like the type font that's turning into logos lately.
Like
Uh,
what?
It feels like they're going away from like using an actual animal to just letters. It's
Yeah.
just letters now, and it's boring.
Our
yeah.
name's letters now.
It's like our fast food chains. We used to be a country full of good mascots, and now we just get 3-letter names. How
Yeah.
dare they?
Mm.
Sad Husker fan also writes Nashville Predators, which I do like the Predators, but you have to be very contextual about when you are using
Yeah,
them.
you just said I like Predators.
No, I said I like the Predators.
Oh, my bad.
Come on,
Excuse
you
me.
forgot the the.
yeah.
He likes
the-
all of them, not just one.
He likes
Yes.
every single
Yeah.
Predator.
If they had Scott Hansen just be the host of that, that would be just have the Nashville Scott Hansen.
Yeah.
That does feel pretty generic, though. Just pick a predator, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be.
What's your
all
favorite
them.
kind of predator, Nick?
T-Rex.
Okay.
dead, but
So you,
okay.
you want another Tyrannosaurus?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. If
I
there
agree.
are.
That's super general. That's like calling a team like the Mammals or something.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Or like
Well,
the
hey,
birds.
This
Or
is
the fish.
The
Let's
dogs.
talk about the dumbest mascot, and that is the Nets. It would be like if
Yeah,
they were
that's
the
bad.
Boston
That's bad.
bases. What are
Yeah.
we talking about? Like
It's so dumb.
they name it after the thing you shoot the ball through.
That is true.
It is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Because you can't get like the thought of a mascot is you can like rally behind it, right? Like
Yeah.
you're like, oh, we're all
Yeah.
lions, we're all whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like
We're
we're
wizards.
Nets.
Yeah, we're net. Yeah, what?
We're
Cool.
magic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
I listen in that context. I love magic.
when they moved to Brooklyn, they very much had an opportunity to do something different,
Yep.
and instead
The Brooklyn basketball team. They decided not to
could
do
have
it.
done the Brooklyn basketball
They
team.
could've.
How dare they?
Yeah.
How dare they?
And how close are we to just adopting kind of the European soccer club? You know, we were just putting an FC behind something, right?
football
Or
club.
something United. We're going to get that in another sport soon, aren't we? We definitely are.
Well, at
People
what
think
point,
it's
Jack,
cool.
and then at what point do the sponsors take over the uniforms? Like I know people don't like it now when there's like a tiny little logo, but what happens when, the Chiefs have like,
Just
you know,
the logo.
yeah,
I-
just the sponsor logo on their jersey.
I will say they figured
Or
out.
helmets.
They figured it out in the PBF. The logos on the jerseys don't look horrible on the volleyball
Yeah.
jerseys. They don't.
Ooh.
They blend in pretty well.
Also underrated bad one. The Canadians.
oh wow.
That's just a bunch
John
of
likes
people.
that one though.
Yeah, it's fun to say, but
Montreal.
it's just people, right?
It is
Like,
the whole country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
it's
theory.
just a lot of free healthcare.
Wow.
just hanging out.
Oh, we do like that. Text from the 402 says the dumbest mascot is the Omaha Supernovas. WTF?
What do you
Wow.
mean? That's not a dumb mascot at all.
Wow.
I like
After
it.
you
I actually
guys
like it.
We already
sung
covered
its
this, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, you guys sung its praises, and now
Ooh.
this listener just drops in and says it's bad.
The Ottawa
Really?
Senators, not great.
Yeah,
not great.
Senators, Not very good.
Mm,
The Senators only works if your team's in Washington.
the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I like Maple Leafs. I think that one's
I do
good.
too.
That feels kind of stereotypical.
Because it's not leaves, it's Maple Leafs.
and it
Yeah.
also is unique, right? Like,
Oh,
it's, It's
definitely.
one you can actually enjoy.
You think of Canada, you think of it's on the flag.
Mhm.
It's right there.
That's true.
Also underrated. People forget Seahawks aren't real, so
Oh,
they're not a
yeah,
real bird.
That's right.
not a
Everyone,
real bird.
yeah, because people always do the whole sea chickens thing,
Yeah.
which
they
is
only-
among the dumbest insults of all time.
Did they only call themselves the Seahawks for the alliteration?
You'll
Probably,
have to,
yeah.
You have to ask
I
them.
don't know. I didn't start the franchise.
Yeah, me neither.
They should have picked something ocean related. That's their bit.
I mean,
The ocean.
a bird that is by the sea.
Steelers
it's
is
not
fun.
real.
I like
Okay.
Steelers.
That one's cool. It's
Pittsburgh
got fun
Steelers,
history.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's decent.
I mean,
I-
the Giants. There's not Giants.
Well,
That's
no,
true.
it's supposed to be the buildings. It's named after the buildings,
Oh.
the skyscrapers.
Fair.
Okay.
They could have also been Steelers then. They could have been Builders. The New York Builders.
The mobsters, the mafia.
Mm.
New York Mafia.
Yeah.
That's
New York
a cool
Mafia
name.
actually would be good. Yeah. Think by rap group.
Why didn't the Nets name themselves the Mafia?
Jim asks or mentions San Jose Sharks eating the hockey stick logo is all time.
That is good.
That's
It's a great logo.
Again,
Although it's not really what you
Are
want.
you out on it, Jack?
No. We talked. I mean, I think we got into this. I don't want to go back into straight out of Compton territory, but man, that when that Sharks jersey came out, lines out the door at the Pro Image and the Team Spirit at Gateway and East Park Mall. Lines out the door. That and obviously the new
Palpable
White
buzz?
Sox, just palpable buzz. A palpable buzz for that San Jose Sharks thing.
All
And
right,
it definitely
which-
was for the Rockies too. The
Which-
Rockies was a big deal too.
Which city has a better host of team names, Denver or Boston? Broncos, Rockies, Nuggets, Avalanche, or Patriots, Red Sox, Celtics, Bruins? I think I'll go Denver.
Yeah, I like the-
love Colorado Avalanche.
I like the Denver names better.
How many bears are in Boston?
I don't know.
The Bruin is a bear, famously.
Yes, people forget.
What about? I always thought Minutemen. A team in Boston should be the Minutemen
Yeah.
or the
Well,
Reveres.
you already have Patriots.
Not surprised that Nick is a fan of men that are celebrated by the minute that they
Yep.
last.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time. Many are saying.
On this inauguration day of all days.
Kenneth says the Denver Weed Nuggets. Yeah, it's fun because it used to just mean gold, but now it could mean weed.
Yeah,
It could.
Ah.
Mhm.
I
didn't
don't
realize-
really connote Nuggets with gold, and also gold isn't like their main color. Like they should be wearing like a metallic gold chrome,
that'd be fun.
chrome
that is-
type jersey to go along. with it. And then that's another problem with the NBA is everybody's got a million colors, and I don't,
So many jerseys.
Oh man, old man take here, but man,
Dude.
wow,
Too many jerseys.
You and I handshake. Real quick, let me get it out because we're very much in handshake meme on. There are way too many uniforms.
Nice.
Way too many uniforms in the NBA.
But also,
That's when you know you're getting old. When you start complaining about the uniforms or alternates. Damn it!
You
I've
must
got
hate MLB then.
no, MLB only has one.
Yeah, there are way more in the NBA.
MLB has more than one uniform.
I mean,
They
they
have
got
the
city.
aways. They have the alternate one. The
It's
alternate.
not close to the NBA.
yeah,
It's not even close.
the NBA have like how the NFL had like Color Rush, and then they have like the in-season tournament.
Well, the
league
worst
and all that
was
stuff.
a couple years ago when the Nuggets made it to the NBA Finals. They never wore their traditional uniform.
That was rough.
It's like
That was
you
bad.
guys are in the finals.
Yep.
You're like it's like when the Cavs finally won. Go watch any highlights from Game 7. They're wearing the stupid T-shirt jerseys for the game.
Right.
Like, the most famous play of LeBron James's career when he
Is that a
chases
t-shirt
it
jersey?
down and he blocks and he's wearing a T-shirt. That's so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Michael Jordan last shot, classic Road Bulls uniforms.
It should
all I'm saying.
be an all-time like rule and law by the state of Colorado that if Denver is in a primetime game or in
Old school.
a playoff game, they have to wear their old throwback Bronco uniforms.
Just make it a straight up law. They have to wear it all the
Yeah, but-
time.
Yeah.
Just go
The
to
funniest example of this is when Indiana played Nebraska in the Big Ten baseball championship about 10, 12 years ago. And it was in Omaha. It was over at, whatever it's called now. And Indiana wore like tribute jerseys to like some 1920 Indiana baseball, like super old timey jerseys, right?
Mhm.
You know, like when the Royals go back and wear like the uniforms for the Negro Leagues, like that's almost what it looked like. And I'm like, you're wearing that for a conference championship game? It was so weird to wear that old timey of a jersey for a pretty significant game.
So
Yeah.
Jack doesn't want to celebrate the Kansas City Monarchs, is what I just heard.
Not in the playoffs, Nick. Not in the playoffs, is what Jack said.
Mm.
So I guess that's still kind of problematic.
Mm.
Yeah. That is weird, though, Jack. I'm with you. Like, it's like the national championship tonight. I don't want to see Ohio State wearing something stupid.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I would
I
even
agree.
get mad if Notre Dame came out in the green jerseys. Like, no, this is a natty.
I kind of like.
I would get mad at the green jerseys.
That's
That's inappropriate.
It's a national
Yeah.
championship. Wear something
Inappropriate.
normal.
I saw somebody mention they wanted the Eagles to wear the Kelly Greens on the NFC Championship.
They
and I kind of
should
agree
wear
with
the
that.
Kelly Green.
They should just
I
switch
like
to
that.
those.
They're probably not unbeaten, but they should be unbeaten in Kelly Green. That's
Nah,
a
let's hope
fantastic
not.
uniform.
Chance says,
sorry.
wow, Jack, on MLK Day of all days.
Jack.
Talking about the Royals wearing those uniforms.
It was to compare.
Unreal.
I don't think Indiana, by the way, was honoring any kind of MLK adjacent anything with that for the
For
record.
sure.
I think it was
For
just some old timey Indiana baseball team.
Hmm.
So
Debo says, is there any other city where every pro team shares the same color scheme? Talking about Pittsburgh. That's the only one, right? Where
They
they're
love
That has
yellow
to
and
be,
black.
yeah.
they are all the same color.
Did they
Technically,
steal
like
that
the
from
Carolina-
Iowa, or is that the other way around?
Steal what from Iowa?
The yellow and black, just putting everything yellow and black.
Pittsburgh is further east, so I'm guessing that they were probably there first.
I mean, Iowa's been around as a university longer than the Steelers have.
Really?
But,
Hmm.
well, yeah, I mean, Iowa's
guess
probably
that
been
makes
around
sense,
since
yeah.
the 1800s.
Yeah, but did they have a sports team to pick their colors?
yeah, I don't know
for?
when they
oh
went black.
no, Iowa stole it from the Steelers. That was
Okay,
like
okay.
that's
I knew
like
it was
well
public
documented.
record, I just didn't remember
Yeah,
which
yeah.
one.
Oh yeah, Hayden Fry stole it. Like admittedly
Black and
stole
yellow,
it.
black and
Yeah.
yellow, black and
Hmm.
yellow, black and yellow.
Or
It
whoever
is pretty cool when you're in that city. Like, everything is black and
Yeah,
yellow.
then you
know?
can just wear whatever to that same game and
Yeah.
feel sad at the Pirates.
And you're,
It'll be fun.
I went to a Pirates game a couple years ago.
Was
Great
that-
time.
Yeah.
Best
Thrilling
ballpark
experience?
I've ever been to.
Really?
Yeah, it was
Interesting.
sweet.
Hmm.
It was awesome.
Is that your favorite like road venue you've been to?
For baseball?
Just in general, just all sport.
Good question.
Where does it rank?
I mean, like, going to the big house was really cool.
Mhm.
Going to Cowboy Stadium was really cool, even though I've never seen one of my teams win there.
That's okay. Same.
I'm trying to think. I haven't been to like any famous arenas. I've never been to like MSG or anything like that. I mean, Fenway's badass. Wrigley's badass. So I don't know. I've been to some pretty cool places.
Jack,
CHI
do you have
Health
any?
Center is great.
Yeah,
Coors
there you
is
go.
beautiful.
Coors is beautiful.
Right.
I don't know. I've been to a lot of baseball stadiums. My
Just
favorite.
not any that the Monarchs uniforms are played in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to Kinnick and Ames back-to-back days. I was at the Black Friday game, and then I went to Farmageddon.
Yeah.
Jack Trice far better. Far better. than
Really?
Kinnick Stadium.
I've never been to Jack Trice.
So much
Oh,
better.
I've been to like 7 games at Jack Trice. I've been to
Whoa.
10 games at Jack Trice. I've been to like 4 Nebraska games or 5 Nebraska games there, and then my brother-in-law's a season ticket holder, so I saw some random Iowa State, West Virginia day after Thanksgiving game when there were 8 feet of snow on the ground. There was nobody there, and they weren't very good. Yeah, I have a whole tweet thread on it. They were cleaning the windows like with squeegees during the game for the press box and like
What
the luxury
in the
boxes.
world?
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I have actually I recorded a bunch of this. It's actually pretty funny. Yeah, road. No, but that's a fine experience. Missouri, not a great experience. I mean, if we're talking about actual college football, Kansas State, but it was in 1994, so I'm sure that's changed. Kansas is my favorite for Nebraska football of road venues that I've been to.
wow.
Interesting.
So-
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just that Lawrence is a very, university feel, and it's easy to get to the stadium. I felt like probably wasn't that packed, and the tailgating is right next to it, right on a kind of a field next to it. I don't know. It was always I thought it was the best experiences for going to road games. I haven't been to a road game forever, though.
I've been told Camp Randall feels like you're falling apart when you go into it.
It is very
So,
old.
yeah.
It's very old. My favorite of the Big Ten road venues that I've been to, because I've been to I had been to almost all of them, but now that the West Coast stuff, though my pick might actually be Autzen. I think Autzen is sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Horseshoe is massive. That place is just so tall. And you can see I can't remember the name of him, Jack, the person who designed Nebraska's Memorial Stadium. They took a lot of things from that. The columns, the 4 columns,
right.
and then the rotunda. They took, like, Ohio State has a way bigger version of that on, I don't remember what side, but one of the sides of their stadium.
That flagpole in the middle just makes me so upset.
Yeah, I hate the
It's
flagpole.
so
I'd be so
stupid.
mad if I was,
So
because that's the student section, if I remember right. Maybe it's not. Band.
Just in front of, yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
think
it's like,
fan,
I
yeah.
hate being over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be in your way the whole time.
It's ridiculous.
I've never been to a road Big Ten venue. I haven't been to one.
Oh, wow.
No, I take it back. Minnesota. Never mind. I've been in Minnesota.
Great little stadium. It's a cute little stadium. Oh, former President B. It's a cute little stadium up there in the Twin Cities.
Yeah, that's nice.
Mike says Faroe is a crap hole.
Yep.
Never been.
I've
Never
been
went to a
there.
game.
I've been there 3 times. I went in 01, 03, and 07. 01 was fun. 03 and 07 were very much not fun.
Yeah, those games sucked. Those 7-1, it was a very creative sign, but it upset me greatly as a freshman in college, where one guy held up a sign that said wound, and then the other guy had a salt shaker, and he was pouring it in, and I was like, okay,
Nice.
well played.
Yeah.
I hate your guts.
It's a little too intricate for a sign for me for a fan.
Oh, yeah.
I think
A little
there's
too much.
there's a level to it, right?
Yeah, you had to think about it for a second?
Yeah, I feel like you just need one sign. If you need 2,
Interesting.
that's too much.
Well, one of my friends at the Kansas State game in 2010 that we went to, I think he had 4 signs, and he had to hold all of them up together to read them. Thoughts on this friend?
too many signs.
Way
too many signs. Yep.
Yeah.
Too complicated, too intricate.
We
Can't do
were
it.
all like, what are you doing?
Yeah, see? I agree.
We couldn't understand this.
Also, can't have signs in Kinnick Stadium.
And have signs in Kinnick Stadium.
I brought a sign in and they took it from me 2 years ago. I was very disappointed at that.
Weird.
Yeah, very sad.
Huh, I wonder
All
why.
it said was that this game is exclusive on Cornhub, and they didn't like that. So,
Cornhub.
yeah, how dare they?
Not allowed to do Cornhub jokes.
Nope, not at Kinnick. It's for the kids, so that was
Very
probably
s-
for the best.
Very
so.
sad.
People
Jack,
don't
your
do-
thoughts on
People
Cornhub?
don't do. Well, I was just thinking, people don't do like the signs with the network letters were it was a huge thing. Like,
Yeah.
everyone did that, right?
Yep.
For
They don't do
I
that
don't know.
anymore.
That peaked probably in the late 80s, I would say, and just people went nuts with that every single time. And
Well,
now it's
no
kind of
one-
harder because it's like Amazon Prime, and like right out.
That's true.
Nobody could do the ESPN ruined it because E is such a hard one to start with,
Right.
and then when you
Everyone
get,
says.
and then people started to put
Everyone
the letters
should.
differently.
Everyone
and, like,
says
center
pick
it. Yeah.
Nebraska.
Yeah, that's
So
what
you
it always
need-
is.
But if
Pick
you did
Nebraska.
Peacock, you'd have to write a whole dissertation to
Oh,
get
everyone
Peacock.
says Peacock,
No.
Nebraska.
I don't think you're understanding.
Yeah, no, you're supposed
No,
to.
I
do it.
understand. We got a call from Tom Austin asking why you liked Trice over Kinnick.
Why I like Trice over Kinnick?
Also, some
good
Iowa
question.
dorks all triggered.
First off, I've never been to a gathering of people that had as many overall bibs in one location than at Jack Trice Stadium.
Like
that was fantastic.
overalls.
Yeah, it was cold. It was cold, but Kinnick, they tried to stay classy and just put the overcoat on. But these people were just all out bib. Kinnick is just like you can't really hear anything. They only have like one sound system that's like on one side of the stadium.
Not great.
And I thought just like Jack Trice in general, like the people and like they have an outdoor concourse I just really liked. it was easier to kind of get to your seats where everyone else was like all the way in Kinnick. There's only like one concourse to like walk all the way around, and it's hard to like get in because you have to find your one slot and then you have to walk all the way across the stands to get there. It's quite a journey to find out where you're going. Maybe I just didn't like Iowa.
Right.
That
There
could
you go,
also be it,
Tom.
too.
Very fair.
Sorry, Tom.
It's a very fair opinion to have.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
That was fun.
yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. Are you back tomorrow?
I'm back Wednesday.
You're back Wednesday.
Tuesday is somebody else. So,
All right.
Yeah.
Well, somebody else is doing the Happer Show tomorrow. All
We'll
right.
figure
So
it out.
but we'll see you tomorrow for Shoot Around.
Yes.
Which I always see you at the end of every show ahead of Shoot Around. So we're looking forward to saying hello
I know.
and goodbye.
I cannot wait to
Two
say
ships
hello.
passing in the night.
Say hello and goodbye to you. Yes,
Mhm.
for sure.
All right. We'll do that
All right.
tomorrow.
All right, Jack. Good to see you again as well.
See ya.
Bye, Austin.
All right. Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair and Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Let's get to the program with Jack Mitchell and Jack Mitchell during the commercial breaks. It all starts next on 1620 The Zone.
All right, commercial break. Now I am trying to find my tweets from Ames, Iowa, and figure out what year I was. I went to a West Virginia, Iowa State Black Friday. No, Black Saturday, or the Saturday after Black Friday. Maybe it was that 2014 game, because it was like I was very snotty. Nebraska must have still been pretty good because I was very snotty about the whole experience, and like how I was too good for it, and I acted that way the whole time. And, maybe I've gotten my comeuppance for that for the last 10 years, to be honest. So November 29th, let's see if I can find my tweets from it. November. Isn't that funny? Now I got like a decade worth of tweets I can go back and reference. So we'll say November 27th to Twitter advanced search sucks. So it just kind of gives you a range and doesn't really. So we'll go down to November 30th, 2014. I'm probably going to get a lot of, let's see. Yep, that's it. I got it. Oh, I found the dude squeegeeing the thing. Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat if I can. Oh, it won't let me put chats, or it won't let me put links. Oh, sorry, I can't share it. I wanted to. Let's see. I'm assuming it won't let me put a link. Nope, it won't let me do a link. If I put like a space in it or something, maybe. I don't know. I can't send it. Or I would. It's really funny. Let's see. BY. That's so. Yeah, I have only been. Send it to Nick. Maybe he can. Maybe I can do it on the private chat. That's kind of fun. I just tweeted it. It just says, seems like as good a time as any to wash the suite windows. It's the middle of the game and oh god. I want to share this. I very much want to share it. I'm realizing is it odd that I've not been to oh, I sent it in the private chat. I've only been to Minnesota have most people been more places than that in the Big Ten? Is it weird that it's just none of them are super travelable? Iowa is, but it's on Black Friday, and it's, I don't know. It's always cold, and there's always Thanksgiving stuff going on. Going to a road game doesn't have as much appeal as it once did. I went up and back. Evanston. A lot of people have been to Evanston. Yeah, they have. That's true. I would probably go to Evanston at some point. I mean, we drove up and back from Columbia the same day when we went in 2001. Same day. And then in 2000, was it the 07 one? I can't remember if it was the 03 or I think the 03 one. I was the driver that night, and we were staying in Kansas City. So I had to drive while my friends slept after the 2003 game all the way back from Columbia to Kansas City and listen to post game. That was brutal. So yeah, I've never been and then the Big 12 stadiums. I'd only been to Kansas. Well, only Iowa State, Kansas State, Missouri. I've been to those four. Never Colorado, never Oklahoma State, never any of the Texas ones. So, yeah, Mizzou KC drive sucks. Yeah, you're right, Gene. You know what makes it worse? Seeing Bill Callahan's team get beat by Missouri and then tear down the goalpost.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Jack Mitchell in the building. Jack, you keep posting Twitter links into our private chat.
I want you to see. I want you to see some of these. Do I have to hit a post again, or is the song over?
Well, the song is basically over right now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I just didn't know if you were trying to post these into the main chat with all of the listeners.
No, I wanted you to see them.
Oh, okay. They're very funny. They're very funny.
I what they are links to tweets I had. You know, isn't it crazy? I now can search over a decade of live tweeting things. Well, more than that. But I found my tweets when I went to an Iowa State game with my brother-in-law in 2014, where they played West Virginia. Nebraska had just beaten Iowa.
Hell yeah! They're
right after that,
down in overtime, baby.
Right, and so I had an attitude at this, like I had a clear superior attitude going to this Iowa State. All my tweets reflect it. All of my tweets reflect it. And since that moment, did I curse Nebraska football at that moment?
The groin kick era began that day with you tweeting.
With me doing all these condescending tweets about the experience of going to an Iowa State game?
Unreal. You started this.
Did I? I might have.
Wow. Unreal.
Tough look, Jack.
Yeah. Welcome in. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone app, Zone on YouTube, and ZoneTV.live. You can watch us, and when Jack is in the building, he's actually not in the building. So what does that mean? It means during commercial breaks, he'll chat with you.
The sideshow is what we've dubbed it.
It's really, really good. People very much love it. I unmute my computer. I listen to what he's talking about with the folks, and then we come back on the air and we have other conversations.
My other favorite part about Jack filling in is it means that the open is still technically correct.
John, that's true, because his name is...
That's true. People forget. John. 2 names.
Yep, indeed.
2 names.
Wow. The one you just sent me is pretty funny. Unreal, Jack. You were just you were a confident man back then.
Spry young man.
Yeah, and now look at everything. Nebraska sucks. Everything's bad. We're all going to hell in a handbasket.
And it's all your fault.
Yeah.
You
got a response from Husker Hoopla. I remember Husker Hoopla. That person, I don't feel like tweets anymore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're looking at the... Yeah,
drunk.
So the one that I sent was... the tweet that I had pregame, it said they played Started from the Bottom by Drake, and I was like, well, you're still pretty much there. Take that, Iowa State. How about this one? Every time Iowa State makes a play, I scream upset alert and make a siren noise.
Okay, that's pretty funny. That's really, really funny that you would do that.
I did that too. I was full of piss and vinegar at that point.
Well, you were
10
in a great
years younger, in my 30s, right? In my 30s, piss and vinegar Jack.
Piss and vinegar
How
Jack.
old are you? And was I your age then?
2014?
No, now.
I'm 36.
Yeah, that would have been how old I was.
Were you me?
37. I was you. This is you. Wow. 2014, I was you. Going to Iowa State games and making fun of them.
I feel so handshake meme. Jack Mitchell reaching into the past. It's like an Interstellar.
I mean, I was 37.
Hands.
Technically, I was 37.
Gosh, I feel so much younger than you were back then. I feel like
what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Because I don't have kids. Old. No, I feel younger than like all of my friends now because I don't have children.
It's like when you see a picture of teenagers from the 80s and they look like they're in their 30s.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, you see a 12-year-old from 1878 and you're like, oh my gosh, were you 40? Nope, just 12. But, you know, it's doing stuff on the farm.
I had a 10-year-old and a 4-year-old then. I was probably glad to get away at that point. Yeah.
J-Man says the old boys, indeed. Nick,
yes.
We haven't even got to the Grum down, but we need a...
What?
Sports Flash.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Jack Mitchell, this is via Adam Schefter. Chicago
Shefty
is finalizing a deal to hire as their next head coach. Who will it be? You're going to have to listen for like 5 more seconds so then we can hit the post where it says
Sports flash.
Ben Johnson.
Oh.
The former OC of the Detroit Lions.
Sports flash.
Isn't that the Canadian sprinter who took steroids?
Sports flash.
The very one.
Oh, really?
The very one.
Sports flash.
I mean, not the very one.
Oh.
Yeah, not the very one.
Sports flash.
Same name, though, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Same name.
I thought it might be that guy. He was
Yeah.
fast. His arm,
It's like
his
how
huge
there is,
biceps. Yeah.
Probably the steroids.
How there's the actor named Michael Jordan, but he goes by Michael B. Jordan. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. So there you go. Ben Johnson. First of the big names to get hired.
Oh.
Of course, his Lions lost this weekend to the Commanders, a game that we will talk about later today.
Tough look for your former coach.
Tough look for my former coach?
Oh, is he still at the Cowboys or is he fired?
What are you talking about?
I thought.
Oh, McCarthy?
Yeah, I thought McCarthy was the big.
He was somebody that people thought they might get, but
I thought he was the favorite.
well, it ended up being Ben Johnson. I had a chance to watch that game with Jack Mitchell on Saturday, so maybe that will come up. It's time for the Grum Down for the show, brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Garden.
It's
Nick,
so clean. It looks so good.
I put a reminder in my calendar this morning, so I would not forget to do this.
Nice.
Because I always forget to do this. Get ready for Jack Mitchell takes during commercials. As we mentioned, Jack is in the building. We're very excited to have him here.
We love the sideshow.
Yeah, it is very, very good. Commanders at Eagles, Bills at Chiefs. Do we like Sunday's conference championship games? We will discuss the playoffs in our next segment and what unfolded over the weekend. Jack Mitchell, folks, even after a 4th straight loss for Nebraska, is saying, remain calm. All is well. That's from Animal House, right? Is that Animal House?
You're putting words in my mouth a little bit there just so you can use the line. So
Okay. All right. Well, the question is time to panic. We will discuss that. Is it time to panic as it pertains to Nebraska basketball? Is the ACC going to be a trendsetter? You're saying, what the hell are you talking about? Stay tuned. One of the more interesting stories, in my opinion, of the last 24 hours about conference championship games in college football. We'll discuss that later on in the show. Mitch Sherman's also going to join us. Jack, what's going on with Husker football these days?
No idea.
I have no idea. Maybe Mitch Sherman will give us a couple of thoughts to pay attention to. It's just so quiet. Is it actually quiet, or are we just not talking about it?
I mean, they lost the Arizona guy. The Arizona guy. He's out. He's out. What are your top 25 moments of when he was here?
I mean, all of them, really. There's so many. Yeah, there was so many. Jack, am I reminding you that there's a national championship game tonight?
That's actually a good. I appreciate that. Keep doing it. Keep doing it because I'll forget it otherwise.
Yep. One of my favorite bits every year is Jack Mitchell tweeting on the day of the national championship. Wait, the national championship game is tonight? I forgot.
Yep.
He's too busy celebrating MLK Day.
He is too busy. Well, that we very much appreciate that from Jack Mitchell and from all of us. So we'll talk about that game. Can Notre Dame pull off the upset, win their first championship since 1988, or will Ohio State win their first national championships since 2014? We'll discuss that game when we roll on. Speaking of the playoff, is Nebraska next? John's not here, so you know what I have today, Nick?
What a homer-ass topic.
Well, but fair. But it's because on Kings of the North. They discuss it. Nick, I have video of You can finally see what Doug Maurice.
So you infiltrated them. You just emailed them over and over and over. Please talk about Nebraska.
Doug is Nebraska pilled. He picked him to go like 9-3 this year. He was a little wrong, but
well, he's lockstep with every other person in Nebraska media.
Got him. Wow, look at Nick just talking trash. I was right. Creighton wins, but it comes at a cost. And anything happening in the news today, those topics and more. Jack told me earlier, he said, look, I know that on your guys' show, you normally talk about sports, but politics is my wheelhouse.
That is.
I would love to talk about the inauguration. So
I'm taking refuge. This is refuge today.
A little bit later, if you want to call in and ask Jack, all of it, you can go amendment by amendment. Get his takes on all of them.
We can decide which ones actually matter anymore.
There we go. Throw it out, keep it in. Throw it out, keep it in. A new game coming up.
Spring cleaning.
Yeah, thank God that he said it, Jack, because I would have said house cleaning and I would have screwed it.
Yeah.
I always screw it up. I always say house cleaning I'll say like, hey, Jack, let's get some house cleaning before we start. And people are like, it's keeping you, idiot. And then Jack references Tommy Boy.
I almost just did it there. My brain works the same way every time because I was about to say, you want meat for pillow?
Yep. Didn't we realize it wasn't that line?
That line is not mint for pillow. It's do you want me fluff pillow?
No, see, I always thought it is, do you want mint for pillow?
Me too. Until like a few weeks ago. For years.
Nick, give it to us one more time. Handshake meme.
Housekeeping? What kind of a hotel is this?
Oh, man. Oh, it's you. God, what a movie. So that's what we got coming up on the show today, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620 is the phone number. You can give us a call there, 402-951-1620. You can also text us there.
You can.
People can text us at 402-951-1620. You can also find us on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Jack Mitchell LNK, at Grum and Nim. We have video going on right now at 1620 The Zone. You can also email us at Quotable Bank Inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Jack M at broadcasthouse.com. Maybe. I don't know.
That works. KLIN.com.
There you go. Is it Jack or Jack M?
Jack M.
Jack M.
Or Jack M at NRGmedia.com. They all work, I think.
You can do all of those things and more. So many ways to contact
A lot
us.
of things.
A lot of things, a lot of topics to get to. And if you would like us to hit on anything in particular, you could send us a topic alert. KD tweets us, Jack, and says, you guys should have a segment on if the Huskers can make the big dance or not, since you're going to waste time to discuss Nebraska making the playoff.
It's true.
Wow. The Creighton fans, Jack, they have come back with a vengeance over the last couple.
Wait, is that a Creighton? That was a Creighton fan ripping? I thought it was somebody who just didn't. Somebody who thought that Nebraska football getting the playoff was unrealistic.
Yeah,
both. Realistic.
Column A, column B. He's a Creighton fan. Yeah.
Why don't we just talk about how many games we think the Dodgers are going to win this season?
Why would we waste time on that topic?
Signing everybody.
104. There you go. Topic over. Jack, how many wins?
106.
106. Nick?
I'll go 100.
Okay, there you go. Ooh. And that's talking Dodgers baseball.
Nice.
We're talking baseball with Mickey and the Duke. We're talking baseball.
Why don't you keep an eye on this and every day just surprise us with a random team and say, how many wins do you think the Reds will get? And we have to tell you, and then you keep track of all of them. There you go. And that could be a daily baseball, tiny segment.
Slice of baseball.
A slice of baseball.
See if anyone hits any of them on the nose, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
it'll give you a little something to watch during the season, Josh.
There you go.
I think I just found this season's name for wood bats and rubber hats.
Slice of baseball.
Slice of baseball.
See, Nick, for this little segment where you ask us the records, you could do a John Bishop 2-minute open, but then it's like, how many wins will they have? And the segment's done in 30 seconds.
You guys just start talking, and then I just hit you with the open.
I like it. Wow, Kenneth, 77 wins for the Reds. There you
Write
go.
it down. Get it down.
Like
77 for the Red. I can't believe that. Wow, I can't believe you said that. 77 is wild.
77.
That is way too high or low, depending on what the truth is.
It's one of those two things for sure. That's for sure. John emails in, you want mint for pillow? I have terrible hearing, and even I never thought that was what was said. Look.
Seriously?
I don't know what to tell you.
We both thought it was mint. And then I always is that a thing in nice hotels that they put mints on the pillow? I sort of turned that into a belief about how hotel housekeeping worked. And no.
100%.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, you know what? It's why Jack and I are so alike in so many ways, except when it comes to pizza and television shows. Oh, have you watched Severance yet, Jack?
Not the new one. No.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to convince my wife to go through the first season and watch it so we can watch it together because we never watch anything together anymore.
Yeah.
And so far I haven't been able. It's too slow. I'm just gonna have to get going. But they're doing this one once every week, right? Is that what they're doing here?
Not binge.
I kind of want to just. This is how I do. This is how I do.
We could talk about it though together. We could text. We could say
we can at some point, but. I like to get a group of things that I'm going to watch together. So in case I really like it, I can get my next hit immediately.
You do like drugs. Whoa, Nick. Speaking of drugs, is that your dealer there reaching out to you?
Email thing wasn't muted. It's usually muted.
Uh-oh.
Oh, logs are done, by the way.
Oh, awesome. We love to hear that the logs are done.
I'd like to look at them. Cool.
Wes comments, breaking news, Chicago Bears finalizing deal for Ben Johnson to become their next head coach.
There it is.
Thank you, Wes. We will continue to follow the news. There's a stupid rumor that the Cowboys might hire Brian Schottenheimer, which
Marty's son?
Yes, the very same.
Is this the very same this time? It's not another guy who's
correct. This
okay.
is not another Brian Schottenheimer.
Okay.
That
Just wanted to make sure.
I will be so upset if that's who it is. I'll be so upset if that's who it is. All right, that's what we got coming up on the show. When we return, Jack Mitchell and I will discuss the NFL playoffs. The conference championship games are set. One of the games is the big meteor game of the week, and the other, I'm rooting for the Bills.
Oh, go Commanders.
Go Commanders, many are saying. He's Jack Mitchell. I'm Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday with Nick Grim on 1620 The Zone.
All right, welcome to, what do we call it? I forgot what we said we called it. The break show. That's not what we called it. So we're back with Chad. I know my mic is on. Don't even make the joke. It's old. It's not fun anymore. Get her to episode 5 or 6. Yeah, I know. It got like that last episode. Man, am I crazy saying that last episode of season 1 of Severance might have been my favorite episode of TV? Of like new school streaming TV, at least.
A team succeeds when they
Hey,
work
turn that
together.
commercial off. I can't
Banking
talk.
is no different.
Get it off
At
my show.
UBT, we're
Thank you. Of course, the best, most emotional
who
TV.
put in the work to
Get
know
that off
you
my
and
show.
your community.
The
Your
best.
home or planning your
Nah. Okay, I think we're good. The show that most single episode of anything that most emotionally affected me, and only people who are at least in their mid-40s are going to know what I'm talking about, was the Family Ties episode when Alex P. Keaton danced with his girlfriend and they played Billy Vera and the Beaters, What Would You Do? What would you think I would do at this moment when I'm faced with the knowledge that you just don't love me? It was amazing. That was, I mean, how old could I be? I invent like 9, 10? And I was like so heartbroken for Alex P. Keaton in that moment. Did you think I would hurt you or raise my hand against you? That's some weird lyrics in that song now that I sing it. Come on, you know me too well. How can favorite 80s, 90s TV moments? That is the most traumatic. Then there were all the weird different Strokes ones where the guy came in and like gave him cheap wine and tried to like had Arnold and his white cousin Sam over or whatever and tried to molest them. That's an episode of Different Strokes. Justine Bateman rules. Agree. She's no Joe. She's no Joe from Facts of Life. And yes, before you get on me, I was a Joe fan. I'm Team Joe, not Team Blair. Sorry. I don't care if you think that's appalling. I'm Team Joe. Let's see other big 80s, 90s TV moments. I mean, when the Saved by the Bell crew went to the beach and worked with Stacey Carosi, obviously, just that whole summer. Mike had the Jesse on caffeine pills. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. Caffeine pills. They couldn't give her harder drugs. I mean, even for that, just a little harder. WKRP dude played the molester on Different Strokes. Okay. This is a great question. Like moments, especially if you're about my age, where you were basically a kid for them, and like moments that were. I mean, what about? And spoiler alert on this, but what about when Mr. Hooper died on Sesame Street? That rocked me. That was the first person I know in quotes, that died, I think, was Mr. Hooper on Sesame Street. Look it up. What about the time when Big Bird, I got a few of them for Sesame Street, when Big Bird's talking about Snuffleupagus and everyone's like, Big Bird, that dude doesn't exist. It's in your mind. And then he was real.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, hanging out with you on Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. What are we calling it during the commercial breaks? The Sideshow. Stay tuned during commercial breaks for the Sideshow on this.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't think of that.
Yeah, Jack was talking about 80s shows
and people dying.
Yeah, it was he was
the
like,
question was
alert.
the topic we explored was like significant moments from your childhood in like 80s or 90s TV shows like that really rocked you. For like I say adult TV shows, but not necessarily kid. Well, there were kid shows because we were talking about Sesame Street at the end.
You mentioned Saved by the Bell in there.
Yeah,
Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell.
They went to the beach, by the way. I thought those were bad episodes.
Oh, Stacey Carosi. Wow. I don't know. That's a take. There's a line from AC Slater where he's like, I got beat. I got beat bad. I got beat by a girl when he lost in some ATV race or something to Lisa Turtle. Yeah.
I never saw that show. Never watched Saved by the Bell.
Holy crap. Now
I was a Boy Meets World guy.
That is one of those there's where you can draw a line in the generations, like between young X and older Y, right? Or Y, like if you never watched Saved by the Bell. For sure.
Yeah, I was never a Saved by the Bell guy.
What does this say about me, Jack? Because when I was like a preteen, I was obsessed with Saved by the Bell because they would air the reruns on TBS all the time.
You're old school. You're old school.
I mean, that's how good. I watched Boy Meets World and like what was the show with Kirk Cameron, Jack? What was that one called?
Growing Pains?
Growing Pains. I watched Growing Pains as well, but I watched those shows on the Disney Channel. So I never watched them live on ABC.
Like Boy Meets World is 100% millennial. X's didn't, I mean, people my age didn't watch it. We were all in college having real fun during that. And the same thing is true of like SpongeBob. Like none of that, like millennials talk about that show all the time. I've never seen an episode of that thing.
It was so good.
Yeah, that show sucked.
It was good until the movie, and then the movie was supposed to be the end, and then they just kept going because Nickelodeon wanted money.
Didn't Growing Pains? Yeah, Mike said this in the chat. Growing Pains I think I could say this. Growing Pains had a character named Boner on it.
Yeah, it was his best friend. His best friend's name was Boner.
I forgot about that.
You got the drop for us, Nick?
Somewhere.
I
never remember where.
Boner.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Strigori, for being family comedies endings like Total Extinction or the main character off to a lab. I feel like I missed like the first part of that comment. I don't know what that was about.
I don't remember if I...
Kenneth says Saved by the Bell is criminally overrated.
Not criminally overrated at all. I think
Jack is triggered.
I think Family Extinction might be referring to the
dinosaurs.
One.
Yes,
yeah.
I know. I'm confused.
Oh, got it.
I must have just missed the first part.
And Alf would have been the other reference, I think.
He ate cats.
I never watched Alf.
He loved cats.
I never watched Alf. Let's go to the hotline, the Jack Mitchell hotline today. Welcome Andrew to the conversation. Andrew, good afternoon.
Guys, how about remember Dallas and Who Shot JR?
Yes.
I'm 36, Andrew.
I do, Andrew. I was in elementary school and I remember it. So the kids were even talking about it in elementary school.
That was a big deal.
It was.
So
right.
It was. He's right. He's right. That was some.
They had shirts. Who Shot JR?
Did the kids in your elementary school really have no other kid shows to watch that they were all talking about?
Everyone was talking about it. Your parents were talking about it. Your teachers were talking about it. This is when we had a monoculture and everybody was watching the same thing at the same time. The only thing that happens with now is sports and news. But it used to be all of the TV shows were the same.
But now people allow shows to pile up on their streaming service so they can binge them. Jack, you are what's wrong with society in 2025.
No.
Yeah.
You are.
I'm just playing by
Jack
their rules.
Mitchell?
They set the rules. The man set the rules.
You are. Jack Mitchell.
No.
There you go.
How do weathermen and women do it? It's so hard.
Great question. Let's see. Aaron texts in. I watched almost all of Dallas because my mom and dad watched Nick at Night with the old shows. I've seen like all the popular 60s and 70s shows. Most sucked ass.
Play with Hot Wheels. You don't have to watch these shows with your parents.
I liked Happy Days. Sunday, Monday,
I did watch Happy Days a bit.
Tuesday.
Yeah, they
Wednesday,
kept me in the room.
Friday.
They kept me in the room when they watched Dallas and Falcon Crest and then Miami Vice a little bit later. Like I watched, there's a lot of, I was probably 10 years old? No, not even that. When Miami Vice was out, 9 years old. A lot of drug deals, a lot of that stuff.
Here's a good question for you. What was the show that you most remember being on as you had to then go to bed? Where they were like, it's time for you to go to bed. What's the show? And you were always like, imagine what that show was all about. For me, it was ER. It was like, what's going on? Everyone's bloody all the time on that ER show.
Mine was CSI.
There you go. A very good show to go to bed to if you're a child.
R.I.P. Grissom.
The house I grew up in, Lincoln, I had a bedroom where I could hear the TV. My parents were still watching. And so I remembered This is, I think, where my issues with insomnia came. I could hear the end of the 10-11 news, Mel Main signing off, and I heard that ending music happen, and I was like, oh no, it's 10:30. I'm still not asleep. And then you'd hear the MASH theme. And I'm like, oh no, MASH is starting. I'm still not asleep. And you know it was really bad if MASH got over and Three's Company started at 11, and I'm like, I'm not going to sleep all night. I'm going to be so tired tomorrow. And here, that trauma for all listening for those TV themes, and then here I am having to wake up at 4:45 every morning. It's still stressing about not being able to go to sleep.
Yeah,
there's this thing in my generation where in the middle of the night you'd wake up to a cold sweat to a TV theme playing, and ours is always the George Lopez show for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Everyone around my age would just wake up to the low rider. Did you guys have anything like that? You fall asleep with the TV on?
No, see, but I'm not a fall asleep with the TV on kind of guy.
Even as a kid?
No,
I didn't.
It was always go to bed, and then I would go to bed.
Well, I didn't get a TV in my room until I was in college. So.
I was in high school for me, or it would have been late middle school when I got to an age, and I don't know if you ever had this, Jack, where I didn't have a bedtime anymore. So my parents said, we will give you the choice to go to bed whenever you want, but if it starts affecting your grades because you're tired, then we're going to reimpose the bedtime. So that was the end of 7th grade. So after that, I was pretty good, though, with I'll watch a show. You know what I would watch? I'd watch The Tonight Show. I'd watch the monologue from Jay Leno, and then on Mondays, I'd watch headlines, and then I would go to bed.
That's hilarious. I had a roommate in college. Everyone else used to stay up. He would watch the monologue on Jay Leno, and then he would go to bed after the monologue on Jay Leno every single night, and that's when I left the room. But I didn't – listen to this. I didn't have a TV in my bedroom with cable on it until I got married in 2001. Wow. I was 20. Yeah, I was 24 years old.
You were younger than Nick.
Yeah, that was the first time I had a TV in my bedroom with cable on it.
Oh.
Wow.
We just had an extra DirecTV box when I was a teenager. So mom's like, you want this in your room? I'm like, yeah.
Oh, man, what a life.
It was great.
Yeah, what a life. All right, there you go. So, let us know the show that always makes you think of it's time to bed. The other one would be, before we get to some actual football, would be Whose Line Is It Anyway? Because I would watch that, and then when the doubleheader would end on whatever channel, Comedy Central, then I would hear my mom with 5 minutes ago, Josh, it's time for bed. And rats, I'm watching Whose Line Is It Anyway?
When my mom worked nights, she used to have to wake up at 10 p.m. So I was hanging out with my dad until he went to go make sure she was up. And my dad and I would watch Whose Line. And then when that was over, it's like, all right,
bedtime.
Mom's up, you got to go.
Oh, bedtime.
Don't tell mom I let you stay up.
Now I love going to bed early. I love sleepy time.
I'm still not there yet.
I'm
close.
I went to bed last night at 10:30. I was probably asleep before Jack was last night.
Went to bed at
I went early last night.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we stayed up kind of late on Saturday.
Yeah. I never do that, but I did last night. I want to stay up late. I wish I could stay up late, sleep in late. I am a late to bed, late waking up person, and I've been doing a morning show for 18 years.
Maybe someday you'll have an afternoon show. That's the life for Jack Mitchell, doing the Grum every day.
We'll see.
Well, maybe he poisoned John Bishop, and that's why his throat was all.
Jack, did you poison the water hole?
Yeah. Everybody, I'd like to make an announcement. This is my new co-host. His name he'll be here every day.
Because John doesn't know this, but I got into his water supply. You know?
Exactly. Yep. Can't wait to hear about how the rest of the family's doing. Let's talk about the NFL playoffs, Jack. We got to watch a couple of these games together. I guess, did we get to watch both of them or just the one game? I guess you got over for the second game.
We watched the second half of the Chiefs I watched the fourth quarter of the Chiefs Texans with you.
That's right.
And then I watched the Lions Washington with you, but we got so involved in a little naming guys game that I barely paid attention to the game.
Nick,
that doesn't sound like you guys at all.
No joke. We probably for an hour, we played a game where it was who was the yards from scrimmage leader in every NFL season, starting in 2024, going all the way back to 1981.
My God.
It was a great time.
That is such a you guys thing to do.
Yeah, Shafe had to give us hints for quite a few of them.
Schaefer was like the host. It was a little game show in his basement.
It was really fun.
Incredible.
It was really fun. The games, and maybe that says something, Jack, about the game that happened on that night between the Commanders and the Lions as Washington moves on to their first NFC championship since 1991. And you know what my thought coming away from it was that the Week 18 game between the Lions and the Vikings, we watched that and we were like, whoa, the Lions defense is back. And then the Vikings went and crapped the bed against the Rams. And yet I still didn't really change my mind about the Lions defense being back. Instead of maybe the Vikings are just bad in these big moments. And sure enough, their offense. Now they turned the ball over. The Lions did a bunch of times.
Well, yeah, that was the difference.
Yeah.
Like I expected a high scoring game, but I expected the Lions to win, in a shootout in that situation. But when you're giving the ball away constantly and you never get your running game going, which had been so good, or you don't use it enough, then that's where you end up. Because typically that's how they win games, with tons of turnovers like that. Just in a pick six, completely just screw it up. Obviously.
Yeah, you have the pick six, you have the turnover right before halftime, and it's just like every single moment where you thought, oh, hey, now the Lions are back in this game, Jane Daniels would lead Washington down for a touchdown drive. And, we've never seen a rookie quarterback start a Super Bowl, and we have seen rookies make it to this game. We've seen rookies make it to the conference championship game. But, dude, this is a different level of play that we have ever seen from a rookie. I can't remember anything like this before, where a rookie's been this good in these types of moments.
And he is he is such a cool customer. He just he's got sort of the quiet dude, you couldn't mistake it for not caring sort of personality if you watch interviews with him.
Yes.
And it's worked great for him, apparently, right? He's got a really unique personality in the little I've seen with interviews with him and stuff for a quarterback. And it's interesting to see how that's kind of manifested itself. But man, he's good. Holy cow.
Yeah, he really is. And so they're moving on to, what were we
that Denami Brown throw and Denami Brown, both the throw and the catch were just insane.
Yeah. God. So here they now sit, one game away from the Super Bowl. And of course, they'll be playing at Philadelphia, who won yesterday against the Rams. Did you notice this weird debate that came out of yesterday's game? And we saw a little bit of this during the early part of the college football playoff too. There is a much bigger hive than I realized that does not want elements involved at all in playoff football, where they're like, move all these games into domes, don't play out in the elements because of, yes, that was my exact reaction too, Jack. I can't believe how many people watch the NFL and they're like, I don't want this. I don't want this. I want every game to be as pristine as possible.
I mean, it doesn't look fun to play in or be at, but for me, it's wonderful. I could not have been more excited when I saw the weather in Philadelphia and Buffalo for those two games. I will say this, that Chiefs-Dolphins game last year stretched the limits of my interest in bad weather.
Too cold?
That was, I enjoy snow. I enjoy, 20 degrees. Well, I wasn't going to talk about it. They moved the inauguration in for 24 degrees. Whatever, that's fine. But the insane cold ones, that Kansas City Miami one, the Green Bay Giants game from 20 years ago, that was the extreme.
When Tom Coughlin's face is bleeding because it's so cold.
the absolute extreme cold. I don't enjoy watching those. I do feel maybe just a smidgen of what these people are talking about, but
not snow.
If it's just snowing, no. I mean, that's so good for me that I don't care.
Yeah,
I mean,
it wasn't start losing cold. Fingers. It is too cold.
But that wasn't either of these games. That wasn't either of these games. I don't know what the temperature was, but it didn't look like anything like that.
No, if you were to power rank weather is really, really cold at the bottom of what you want to see for a football game.
Really, yes, really, really cold. Yeah,
really,
I would say
really
that. I don't know why that bothers me so much. Do you have that where that bothers you?
They definitely look slower. Everything looks slower and it happened yesterday too in the snow. But cold, I don't know. It is painful. You watch a game and you're like,
it looks like horrible. No one is having fun when it's.
Remember last year in that really cold game, Patrick Mahomes got hit and his helmet cracked.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
You do kind of wonder, is this safe? Is this okay?
Yeah.
Really cold games, I'll watch them, obviously, but they're definitely not my favorite. I also don't know how I feel about the really hot games either, when it looks like everyone is just going to succumb to heat stroke every 5 seconds.
I mean, that's every game in September, August and September, and college and pro. But snow is so good. I mean, that Philadelphia game was fantastic. And I know it's in the playoffs, but like that Bills, who did the Bills play in the snow on Sunday or Monday Night Football this year when it was really snowing?
Oh, the 49ers.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yes.
So I suppose if it really snows or it's really cold, the game is super changed. So I can sort of understand it, but I don't want to give up the elements. I like the elements as a fan, so I'm not willing to give that up.
I think it adds a fun thing to the sport. It makes it up a bit.
It definitely does. So within all of that, of course, the Eagles win. I was taking notes, Jack, during the end of the game as I was starting to kind of write some stuff for our show today. And it's so funny how as I like kind of finished my general thoughts of like, yeah, so here's what happened. And the Rams just turned the ball over too much. And, I did it right after Saquon had that long touchdown run. And then everything after that is suddenly like this odd meltdown where you're wondering, oh my gosh, are the Eagles about to completely blow this football game where the Rams go down and they score, then they get a quick stop, and then they're moving the ball again. But honestly, in the story of a lot of these games, gosh, is it every game essentially is too many turnovers by the losing team where the Rams put the ball on the turf. Their Matthew Stafford, I can't remember, did he have a pick or did he just have the fumble? But it was just one of those weekends where every single losing team played sloppy football and every single winning team essentially played pretty much perfect football. And that's what happened for the Rams.
I hadn't ever noticed this being a Nebraska fan, but I'm starting to understand and believe that turnovers are hurtful in terms of winning games is what I think I learned this weekend.
Fascinating.
Yeah. I hadn't really thought of it, put 2 and 2 together yet, but explains a lot in retrospect.
All right. Well, I'm gonna fire that one up top, and I'm gonna save that for a Friday show when we preview the NFC and AFC championship. Hell, when we talk about the Natty tonight later, Jack, keep that one filed away. Maybe.
Yeah, I got to take about what might be bad for one of the teams in this game.
Yeah.
Turnovers.
Yeah. So that's what happened in the NFC. The AFC. What is the only takeaway from that game? Just the penalties that were called against Patrick Mahomes. Like I haven't heard anyone talk about that game on its merits. It's only been about the flags, the 2 15-yarders that the Texans had that everyone has been debating now for the last almost 48 hours.
The hit. And I think I was driving during the Mahomes hit. Yeah, I think I missed it, but I was so busy looking up fans reacting to the Texans player who shoved the special teams coach during the first half. I could not get enough of understanding everything that happened on that play, even though it really didn't make a huge difference.
Do we know exactly what went on? I never did any recon into the exact situation.
So John Boy Media did a recap of it already, and basically it sounds like the player shoved him out of excitement, like happiness. It didn't look like that at all, but he was still celebrating what happened at that moment and was just like, when you kind of push somebody in excitement, like that's what he said. And then the coach was like, dude, you got a penalty and we don't have the ball.
Oh my gosh.
That is how I interpreted that breakdown.
Yeah. J-Man points out it's the first play of the game was the initial kickoff. Yeah. So the Chiefs have a great return. This guy gets it. There is a fumble at the end. The Chiefs get it. This guy's running off the field. He didn't look happy though when he took his helmet off and threw it 15
He was celebrating.
yards.
He was celebrating. Yeah.
And then
he thought they had. That's the crazy thing is like, so they break the whole thing. He actually got held, it looked like at the beginning of the play, way behind the play, gets back in it, makes an incredible play to cause the fumble.
Yeah.
But he just, for whatever reason, he just assumed for sure that Houston got the fumble. Like, the funny thing is, you watch a replay, he barely even looked. Like, he just assumed there was not a Chief player over there to get it whatsoever.
It's like, is it D'Angelo Russell, that famous GIF where he shoots the three and he turns around, he does
That's what it was. He was so sure that he's celebrating, throwing his helmet, pumping up his coach or what he thought was, and like he didn't even glance that the Chiefs might have had the ball.
Amazing. By the way, Chance, our favorite Lions fan, says, I can hear Schaefer cooking so much crow for me to eat. As someone who, in the midst of naming dudes going back to 81 next to Schaefer, can attest to, he very much enjoyed the Lions' failure of a game.
Except he got torn when Teddy Bridgewater came in for a play.
awesome. We all got so excited when we saw Teddy.
Well, we were like, they were
Yep.
bringing in a backup. I was like, who's the Lions backup? And he's like, well, Bridgewater. I was like, he's not the actual backup. He's just
There he
like a
is.
coach at sort
Yep.
of, right?
Yep.
But
There
no,
he
he was
is.
the backup.
And of course that led all the way into the classic. Well, I guess was last night, was it a classic? Was it the game that we were hoping for? Like it goes down to the wire,
Yes.
but it was, that
For
was
sure. It was the best the NFL gets as someone who doesn't have a dog in the hunt really in any of these games. It was so that's when sports is great, when you have no rooting interest and you're like, I cannot wait to see who wins this game and what happens, because you had two superstar quarterbacks.
Yep.
You had two teams that are relatively evenly matched that have had these battles before. You had the elements, right, with Buffalo.
Yep.
You had it meaning a game that meant everything to both of these teams, and like the loser might not ever get this chance again.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point they probably will, but that at some
just
point
never
you're going
know.
to start to run. Both of those teams are going to run out of their window. They don't have forever. So
Yeah. Well, and if you're a Ravens fan and you think about this year where it did feel like you were opening up the door I thought this team by the end of the year was better than the one last year. They certainly have a better running game than they did last year. Lamar is at the peak of his powers. The defense is getting better, yada, yada, yada. But then again, like we talked about with the Rams a few minutes ago, they turned the ball over way too many times, including the Mark Andrews fumble late. And then, of course, the drop on the 2-point conversion. And now, it sets up. I said this earlier today to somebody, but it sets up for just like a perfect Sunday in that the games are in the order that they should be. This is the year where the AFC game is the second game. And so that is what we are building to. But you have this weird NFC East undercard of the rookie quarterback and the team that was horrible for so many years making it to the NFC Championship game, a team that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. But then you get, I wanted Bills, Chiefs. I know that people don't want the Chiefs here. I know people were rooting for the Texans, but it's also great that they won because now it sets up Bills Chiefs.
Oh, for sure.
This era's, Colts versus Patriots and Manning versus Brady and all those parallels. And now can Allen finally break through like Peyton Manning finally did in 2006 and go to his first Super Bowl? Or will they lose again and suddenly the Chiefs are playing for the three-peat? We've seen multiple teams get to this point that have won 2 Super Bowls in a row. Those teams have never made it to the Super Bowl. So the Chiefs are also trying to end something that has never happened before, whereas the Bills are just trying to get back there for the first time since the 90s.
Yep. How many times did Peyton get the Colts to the playoffs before finally getting to the Super Bowl?
Playoffs? They made it in 1999, and then I think it was 02, 03, 04, 05. So it was his 6th playoffs when they finally made it. And so this is 1920. I think this is also the 6th playoff for Josh Allen as well.
There's some fun symmetry there.
Yeah.
It's definitely that the new Manning, Brady, or whatever, Montana, Marino, or whatever. That's what it is with these guys. So that's it. I can't wait. I'm excited about that game. That'll be really good. And then real quick, back to the Ravens. Like how Mark Andrews, like, where is he in the ranking of all time? I use the word GOAT, not the way that it's currently used, but the way that we used to use it. Yeah. Where is he in terms of the rankings of the all-time GOATs for an NFL game? Wow. Like, is this a Scott Norwood situation? Is this a Leon Letts situation? Like, what are we? Well,
at least Leon Lett happened, and they were already up.
They're already winning. Or I was thinking of the Thanksgiving Day game. But but that wasn't a playoff game, so
correct. Like it's up there. The only saving grace, I guess, that I would give him, but then I'm going to argue against myself in 5 seconds, would be that was to tie the game. They wouldn't have won in that moment, but yes,
it was
he has the fumble. He had the fumble with it. Yeah, and that's the part where he is up there. I think Scott Norwood is number one, right? He has to be the number one. They win the Super Bowl. The Bills have a Super Bowl if he makes the kick. It's the last play of the game. The game would have been over in the positive. This isn't that, but it's pretty damn close, man. It's pretty damn close.
We're not in like Bill Buckner territory. Bill Buckner, Scott Norwood, all like. Yeah. The thing is, Andrews has had a long, good career, but I guess Bill Buckner did too. Bill Buckner did too, and nobody remembers that.
No, they do not. And I don't know. You'd have to help me out with Norwood. What else did he do? Was he?
He was just a it was just a 80s kicker. So, I mean, like, do you think of any 80s kicker? I mean, like, as being awesome or like really,
They're not what they are now. That's for sure.
Well, regardless, it's a kicker, so it's a lot harder to think of it that way. But everybody was sending me that clip of the Cowboys game in the 70s. Josh, you know what I'm talking about? They lost to the Steelers. No, it dropped somebody.
Jackie Smith.
Yeah, Jackie Smith. Yep.
Yeah, he must be the sickest man in America. See, if I remember right, my dad, if he's listening, he could help me out. I don't believe that would have won them the game. I thought it happened earlier in the fourth quarter.
Okay, I didn't know,
but I don't know for sure. I don't remember for sure. Platcat, by the way, points out it was Nick Young, not D'Angelo Russell, who did the 3-pointer turnaround.
Oh, Swaggy. Wait. Yeah, Swaggy P. Wow, how did I pull that? Jeez.
Yeah. Excellent work, Platcat. All right, so that's the NFL playoff recap. When we return, Jack Mitchell is going to say these words: "Remain calm, all is well," because we're going to talk about Nebraska basketball.
Voice was that?
That's Kevin
and I won't say him in that voice either.
All is well. That's
all is well.
Yeah, all is well. So that's coming up. But over the next few minutes for the YouTube audience, Jack Mitchell will be there chatting. So enjoy that. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday on 1620 The Zone.
Al Del Greco. Man, we could just do a full segment of naming 80s and 90s kickers. Let's name some guys. That's what how about Fuad Reves, Jan Stenerud, Morton Anderson. Let's see. Neil Anderson, Chris Barr. I already got more. I beat you to Morton Anderson. Let's see. Who else can we do? Nick Lowry. Oh, God, you beat me. I was going to say it. Finkel and Einhorn. Let's see. Other kickers. I mean, you want to do 90. You can get up to the 90s. You got Martin Gramatica. That's a late 90s. Maybe early aughts. That's probably early aughts. Kevin Butler. That's a good one. Oh, who's the 49ers one? Mike Kofer. Ooh, that's a good pull. Who was the Bears during the 85 Super Bowl? I said Matt Barr already. I beat you on that one. I said that one a while back. Who's the Bear? Oh, is that Butler? That was Butler. Okay, that was Kevin Butler. My bad. Trying to think. Chris Jackie. If I go through teams, I can probably do it better. Packers, Chip. So like Vikings was. I did them. I did Anderson. I did Jan Stenerud. Lions. Oh, they're the guy who was there forever. He was there into the. Oh yeah, Hansen. Chance beat me to it. We do some Morton Anderson, Saints, 49ers, Kofer, Falcons. Was that who Chris Barr played for? Yep, we're naming dudes. Welcome in. We're naming dudes. What about who's a Charger? Rolf Burke something. Remember Rolf? Played for the Chargers. Broncos had. Hey, who did the Broncos have? Rich Carlos? Is that a kicker? You can't see my video. I'm not Googling anything. I got my hands up right now. Rich Carlos, I want to say. Al Del Greco. I was going to say Oilers. That was Al Del Greco. Eddie Murray. That's who I was thinking of, Gene. Thank you. But Jason Hance. I was thinking of both of them. What about the Jets? The Patriots? I don't know. The Patriots sucked then. I don't remember who their kicker would have been. Seahawks. I'm forgetting some good ones. Uwe von Schaman. I mean, I do remember it's more 70s. I'm not as good with the 70s, probably. Norm Johnson with the Seahawks. That's a good pull. I would have eventually got to that one, I think. Chiefs was Nick Lowry. Okay, we're done.
Josh and Jack with you on this Monday. John will be back tomorrow. If you heard him this weekend, of course, you know that his voice got a little shot. He'll be back tomorrow, though, from Lincoln. He'll be there for the next couple days, which means Connor Happer on the call tomorrow night in Chicago for Creighton and DePaul.
In John's tweet, he said they traded one ginger for another.
They did.
John said that.
Yeah, well, John says
said
he's
that.
allowed to say that word, but we just said it too. Ginger, ginger, ginger.
Wow.
Jack, we were talking about shows that our parents watched when we had to go to bed that we always think about. Venmo Chris says, my go-to-bed show that I remember was Band of Brothers. I always wanted to know. Finally watched it recently. That's a good one. Your parents are watching Band of Brothers, and you're like, what's going on with that show?
I remembered what one of mine was way back, Hill Street Blues. I hear the theme song from that, and I know you guys are too young for that one, but that one really takes me back. Hill Street Blues.
Family Guy and South Park were two others for me.
That your parents watched?
My dad did.
Wow, your parents are cooler than my parents.
Yeah, no
my mom
kidding.
hated. My mom hated those shows, but
Yeah.
my dad would watch it.
John tweets in, Johnny Carson, Benny Hill. Sometimes I got to stay up for those. Yeah, the one for me I always remember is,
obviously too. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that I always remember is ER. I don't really recall any others beyond that. Or just like the end of a football game, you know?
Right.
Or the 2001 World Series.
Or the 2001 World Series. Or when Mark McGwire hit the home run and set the record. All of these things that I still...
I can't believe there was a time when I was a kid I had to go to bed at like halftime of Monday Night Football.
Same.
That makes me mad for so many reasons.
Yeah. Remember when,
why
Jack,
do they do that to kids?
it was on at 8 o'clock. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's what all of my childhood, it was 8 o'clock. And then they moved it to 7 for a while, and then they moved it back to 8, I recall.
Yeah. I loved the year it was on at 7 o'clock because I got to watch more of the game.
Here's the funny thing. They moved it back to 7 when I was in college, and I was pissed because I had a night class like the year that they moved. And I'm like, this is when I want it to be later, and you've moved it to 7, and now I can't see it. So my roommate and I, who had the same night class, we stuck in a VHS tape, and we recorded every Monday night game on the same VHS tape, one after the other. We either got Subway or ordered pizza, and then we put it in and we watched it from the beginning, and we closed our door because all our friends would try and spoil it for us, and it made us furious.
So what time would you start? What time was it when you finally sat down?
I believe the night class was probably it was probably either 7 to 9 or 7 to 10. 7 to 10.
You basically have the whole game?
It was a long. Well, yeah, because we had to wait till it ended because you couldn't. It's not like DVR where you can start watching it. That's right. I now remember we had to wait till
the end of a
so
game.
I would hold my hand up over the TV screen where the score bug was because there were score bugs then, and I would turn it on like super fast to see if there was a football play going on and try not to have a spoiler just to see if it was on. That was the only way we could do it.
Gosh,
to figure out if it's still going.
What a different time. Kids today don't know about that because now YouTube TV is smart and it just knows, the game took 3.5 hours. So here you go. Here's your 3.5 hour game. Or you could catch up through key plays.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those were the day. And the funny thing is the internet did exist then, but that was not, we could have gone online, I suppose, but we would have found out the score. So it was the challenge of finding out if the game was still going on, but not finding out the score.
Yeah. Some more responses. Husker Country. Dad watched Saturday Night Live and was laughing so loud I woke up and went out and watched it too.
Lucky.
Wow, that must have been the old days because it was actually funny back then.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Get it? Mike says, fun fact, I had a night class for grad school during Game 7 of the 2014 World Series. I walked out in the 8th inning.
Yeah, well, that probably didn't make your life that much better then either then. That was sad too.
Yeah, it didn't go very well.
Sad moments. Late night sports. You know what? Speaking of late night sports and things that we missed as kids because they were too late or because we had night classes or whatever. How about that 5 o'clock start last night? I know I saw your tweet where you complaining about things getting over at 9 for the rest of the year. That was that's the Sunday night primetime, baby. That should be every night. 5 o'clock starts Central Time are nice. I like that a lot.
I do like it. It's just it's funny, Jack. It's less that I'm like, oh no, I have nothing to do now the rest of the night. It was great. My wife and I are watching a new show with Ted Danson on Netflix. We're going through it. We're having
you went to bed early. It got over at 9.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. So we still did something afterwards. It's less about I have nothing to do, and it's more this is the sign that the season is almost over, and so I just get sad. We have the Natty tonight. We have the AFC and the NFC championship games and the Super Bowl. We have 4 games left, Jack. And then after that,
baseball.
No.
Yes.
Football's not back until August.
Well,
That's what I was going to say, Nick.
can
I wasn't
watch-
going to bring up baseball.
You can watch the UFL.
I will do no such thing.
Be a Battlehawks fan.
I will do no such thing. And that's the part that I'm sad at, Jack. Not that the game ended at 9. That was great. She and I watched a show. I read a little bit of a book. Having a lovely time. I'm just sad because the season's almost over, and now winter is going to be cold, and the sun is still not setting late. All these things.
Smile because it happened.
Yeah, I will.
Josh,
Well,
I mean, the NFL playoffs peak either this last weekend probably this last weekend we just had. That's the peak of the NFL playoffs. It's all downhill from there in terms of quantity, quality combination. And college football, like the ongoing joke, I almost forget the national championship game I'm glad it's on, but I wouldn't say I'm excited for tonight.
Really? You're not excited for Notre Dame, Ohio State? Blue Bloods?
I'll watch it. I mean, I wouldn't say not really. I'm not nearly as excited as I was for that. I like college football better than pro, but in terms of the championship, if I don't have clear rooting interest, man, I don't.
Jeff,
I mean, I'll watch it, but it's just like the NFL last night. I didn't have rooting interest in that, and that was great. But I don't feel that way about the college game tonight.
Is there what is it about college football where the postseason games, I do kind of have that malaise with them. Whereas if these two teams played in October, you and I would be like, this is the best.
True. Yeah.
But why? It's the national title. And you're like, oh, well, not a big deal. So weird.
What if it was at a home field? Let me ask you this. What if it was at Ohio State or Notre Dame? How different would we feel?
It'd be amazing. It would be incredible.
I think so, too.
Does it matter that much to our enjoyment? It must.
It must. I think you're right. I think that's it. If it were at Notre Dame or Ohio State tonight, I would have a very different feel about it. I think you cracked at least part of the code.
The only issue with this argument is the Super Bowl is at a neutral site, and yet I don't ever feel this way about the Super Bowl.
I do a little. That's why I just said the NFL playoffs peaked this week and last. I mean, I feel I'm get way more excited for these 2 weekends than I do the Super Bowl. This last one and the one that's coming.
Well, yeah, I always get sad during the Super Bowl because it's the last game of the season.
Man, neutral games suck. I think I hate neutral football games.
I very much
bowls. Bowls are great. Bowls are amazing.
I was just going to say, I think that's part of the reason that I don't really care about bowls. Because, again, Miami played Iowa State. That was the Pop-Tarts Bowl, right? And everyone was losing their minds about it. If those two teams played in September, must watch on my TV. Played in December, don't care.
Is it about it being September and the season, the canvas of the season is yet to be filled and the impact on everything else going on? Or is it because of the home field?
I think I do love home field. And if the game was played in November, I'd still, if I see a number versus a number any week of the regular season, I am there, man. It's always on. But if I see it in bowl season, I'm like, don't really care.
Okay, let me ask you this, Josh. What if the Super Bowl went to the number 1 overall seed home field?
Oh, man.
Would that make it better?
I mean, in terms of my enjoyment of crowds, absolutely it would. If the Chiefs were hosting the Super Bowl or the Bills were hosting the Eagles, can you imagine that? The Super Bowl
it's so much better. Sports have got
Western New York.
Until we did this thought exercise, I never realized that I hate neutral site games.
They're so bad.
They suck. They take away. You're right. If tonight was at Columbus or South Bend, I would have a totally different attitude about watching this game. You're right.
Front Runner on Twitch writes, how can you guys argue to give home field advantage in the national title game? Lols. For the record, neither of us were saying
they should. I don't understand any of that.
You know, well, lols means laugh out loud.
No,
with
I get what that means, but
oh, okay. Yeah. We're not arguing for that. We're just saying it would add to our enjoyment level of tonight's game. Right? Isn't that the take? That's a good take.
Yeah, I think
It's a solid take. Yeah. Settle down, Front Runner. I realize we didn't talk any hoops. Let's do the hoops next. I got some text to read to you, Jack, and you can tell people again what are the words that he is going to say. Remain calm. All is well.
I'm not going to say all is well. I don't think all is well. That's false. That's it's misleading for the segment.
Okay.
I will not say that.
Okay. Riley adds, Josh explaining what lols means.
Well, I said lulls with a U first of all, but I did know that.
Jack, LMAO means laugh my ass off.
Oh yes, we did that before you guys did.
I like LMBO, laugh my butt off.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you think when people say someone is cheeks?
I think it's dumb.
Like Mark Andrews yesterday was cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. Does that just mean he's A?
Say he's ass.
You're an adult. Be an
I
adult.
like saying butt.
Stop talking.
My favorite new Cowboys guy says butt all the time, so I think I'm going to start saying that more.
When I hear an
Nick,
adult say that something is cheeks, it's like you're at a church lock-in and you're trying to talk about sports with your friends, but
no,
I've never heard that. That today is the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, I heard that from Bomani Jones. I don't think of him being a church locking guy. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll discuss more of these nomenclatures.
That's
also,
stupid too.
I got a ton of responses on the shows that people watched when they couldn't watch because they had to go to bed. Lots of responses. So let's see how much sports we actually get to today.
It's a good topic.
Just kidding. Except for those of you who only want sports, we have it coming next. Mitch Sherman in 15 to 20 minutes as well. Jack Mitchell in today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grum producing. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
No cap. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant for a while. Don't want to be pegged as a church locking guy. I was a church locking guy though. Yeah, what expressions do I not? I'm trying to think things that I don't know. My daughter won't even talk in the language in front of me that they use in. Like I know what it is now, but like we went to a Christmas party. There were a bunch of teenage / maybe very early 20s people, and it was just a lot. It was a lot of skibbity talk, right? And I it was a while ago when I understood that, but there's a whole language out there. No cap makes zero sense. I agree. I hate that. I would, yeah. Today's slang is totes dumb. I've never heard cheeks. That's a unique one for me. I've never heard that at all. Be brand new to me. All right, let's go. Yeah. This is cheeks is bad. I'm just relaying what Josh said. I didn't know this independently, but it means something is butt or ass. So bad, I guess. Which are two words that, either of them are pretty much sayable now. What? I'm being heard right now? Oh, no. Guys, I'm sorry. What did I say? Oh, actually, you are. Just kidding, Riley. Sorry, I'm being cheeks. I'm being I'm being cheeks? A cheek? Spot in between the cheeks? I'm not sure, but one of these times I'm going to have to go up and thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. One of these times I'm going to have to go up and use the facilities. Not that anybody needs it. I'm 30 and I have no idea I'm skipping toilet. It's all they were saying that constantly. I do not get it. Dumbest Gen Z moves flipping off the camera in every other pic. Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. My kids probably aren't doing that around me. No, I do. Riley, come on. I've been doing my in between every time I've been co-hosting. I've been doing the commercials show. But I forget what we call it. Jack in the breaks or something like that. Yeah, what are we talking about next? Nebraska basketball. Oh, let's just get through this segment. I want to talk more about the TV shows. Jack is the sideshow. Thank you 1620 The Zone TV, whoever you are. Thank you, Justin. Yes, the sideshow. Ask Jack anything. Yeah, ask me anything. Ask me a question. Get some questions.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, we're hanging out. He's hanging out during the commercials. We're having a great time.
Yeah.
Are you having a great time, Jack?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need a question. I need the YouTube people to give me a topic for the next one because we were talking youth slang in the last one, and I didn't.
You
have
talked a lot about
to
cheeks.
Yeah,
and skibbity.
Yeah,
skibbity. I'm out on
Nick,
skibbity.
Nick, you look like you're about to knock off a liquor store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Nick,
what?
That would be illegal.
It would be.
Why did you turn off your
like
mic?
if you walked?
Oh, no.
I don't mean to sort of stereotype you, but if you walked into my basement right now, I'd be scared. I'd be a little scared.
Keenan says more like a vape store.
Yeah,
he's going to knock off a vape store.
I don't
Jack.
vape anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You do the Zins or whatever they're called. More like sins, Nick.
Probably.
Speaking of Nebraska basketball, has committed another one as they lost their fourth consecutive game
on a Sunday too.
On a Sunday. Now, I know I've joked about it throughout the first part of the show, but Jack is going to tell everyone to main call them all as well. You actually don't believe that everything is fine, but you are not as concerned as most people are. And so I would say, I guess, what is the general mood and tenor around this team, Jack? Is it they are definitely not going to the tournament? Is that the general mood and tenor, do you think?
I think a portion of the fan base is these 4 losses have taken a big toll. And keep in mind, I'm not sure if you know this, Josh, but this is not an overly confident fan base.
What?
Despite what a lot of people will tell you, they do not particularly, especially when there is some level of issues, some problems that really stay confident kind of amidst the storms. So there's definitely a part of the fan base who, after these 4 losses, because one of them was a blowout and all the other ones were kind of similar problems that they haven't been able to fix, have said, yeah, that's it for the season. They're not going to the tournament now. In a smaller subsection within that are now on the Fire Fred bandwagon. Which, Josh, that's
what?
That's what people do. It's what people do in sports.
People do love firing coaches.
People love suggesting firing coaches. They love it so much.
Jack, then you can do coaching searches.
Yeah.
And then you end up with Brian Schottenheimer.
4 losses by the conference coach of the year, and now we're ready to move on. Amazing.
Mm-hmm. So
amazing.
that's the general viewpoint of them is all of those things with a tiny bit of Fire Fred in there. You are obviously not saying the latter.
No.
But why are you not as concerned as again the general tenor of the program, right?
Look, there's a couple ways you can look at it. I think some of these people are just imputing that because of the way these 4 losses happen, you're going to get a bazillion more losses. And of course, if you keep losing games at some point, if
they keep up the recent 4-game stretch, they will actually never win a game ever.
That's true. And there are some people that believe that that's guaranteed to happen now. I don't really believe that, but only one of the losses was one that was particularly damaging to the resume and sort of treading water at where you need to be, and that was the home loss against Rutgers. The rest of them are, were not expected wins whatsoever. In fact, Nebraska covered the spread pretty safely on Sunday, and played like it's as much of a good loss as you can have on the road, a close loss on the road. I think their net ranking barely was affected by that one. So, like, until they start losing more games that they have to have, then I'm not quite throwing in the towel on the season. Now, all that said, this next USC game on Wednesday, a home game, this is a must win. I will take if they lose this one, I will be at a new, different, very much more significant level of panic than I was going into it. That said,
is it because it's a home game, or is it because
it's a home game? It's a home game, and USC's been playing better. USC's definitely looking better now than they did a few weeks ago, but I've kind of identified it. It would be a bad loss on the resume if they lost it. It would be a bad loss. It would be a quad 3 loss, I believe.
Yeah, whereas Rutgers isn't going to turn into that, we don't think.
Rutgers is quad 3 now too. It might look better. It might look a little better, but that's a bad loss. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they both are or would be bad losses that you can't afford. But the USC one, especially now, because the Rutgers lost. So if you get that USC one, it's just that the schedule is you've got all these away games that are like quad 1A away games, and you're not going to win them. You're just not going to win many of those. And once they start losing games that are not those, though, that's when I'll start to be concerned. Now, are there things within the game that there are to be concerned about? 100%. They're giving up 3-point shot percentages that are ridiculous to every team. It's becoming more than just a short pattern. It's becoming a trend. And the offense, the inability to get the offense rolling like it was when Bryce Williams was getting to the free throw line and driving is also, for me, and maybe that's even a bigger concern for me than some of the defensive things. But those things have happened game after game after game after game, basically for 3.5 games. And so I think that's why the level of concern is that it is the thought is they're never going to get out of this pattern. Now, I would say they've had there were times last season where you were like, oh man, they're screwed, right? But it usually wasn't a 4-game losing streak. I don't think there was one, but they would have 2, maybe 3, in a row that looked particularly bad, and you're like, okay, because they also got killed by Creighton, and then I think they went and lost to Minnesota in back-to-back games last year. They had a couple of other they had some conference back-to-back games. That one at Rutgers was really bad. And
that was the one where Gary got hurt.
Where Gary got hurt.
Like, oh man, he's done for the year.
And right when it looked, like things were gone to hell, and a lot of people did, myself included, they'd gone to hell. They pull out a big win, and all of a sudden it changes everything. So
yeah, but even that, and we talked about it a couple weeks ago when they won the UCLA game. Even that they followed that with the stink bomb on that Friday night to Iowa last year. Like, I know you did that exercise recently, and last year, while as it's remembered very fondly for making the tournament, having a great run, like they had some real big duds throughout, various points of last year, whether it was in December with the Creighton Minnesota back-to-back or, deep into conference season, because again, they couldn't win on the road. And then they finally picked up a few of them late, and, they won the Big Ten tournament and off to the NCAA tournament they went. Couple responses. Sean texts in 402-951-1620. Things are not well. This team can no longer hit free throws, which would have won at least 2 games. They have 2 point guards on the roster, and they turn over the ball too much overall. They don't have any real shooters outside of Bryce. And you have Berke. Is he a 1, 2, 4, or 5? Mia, you can't get 4 to 6 points off lobs to him. Then the defense, which requires perfect rotations and scrambles, which I assume fatigues this team. If it goes bad, I'll give Fred 1 more year with revenue sharing and NIL.
There it is. Yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, how did they ever survive up to this point, up to 3 games ago with that?
Yeah.
3 of the 4 games they lost were 1 possession games. I mean, yeah, like I get the real frustration that it's bad, but they haven't been a terrible team all year. I'm not sure why they are now after, having lost these 3 or 4 games.
How much do you think the Purdue and the Michigan State losses, and I know the latter was all the way back in early December, how much are those hanging over everything right now? It's not just that they've gone on a 4-game losing streak, and in there you have an overtime loss in a game that you were leading by 15.
Yeah, absolutely the Purdue game, for sure.
And you have this most recent one, but you have the Purdue game in there as well. And so it adds to it of like, oh my gosh, not only are they losing, but they have gotten absolutely rocked in a couple of these games.
Yeah, I think if the Purdue game had a huge influence on sort of casting a shadow over those other 3 games, because losing on the road and frankly, the Rutgers game is the most concerning one for me of all of them by far. Again, and I told you why that is. And I also understand some people looking at it just saying, man, they just don't look like they've got much fire now, much interest in it. And so that's fine if people are already extrapolating that out all the way, but don't expect me to have the conversation like that has already happened. You know what I mean? Because it hasn't yet happened. Now, will it? Perhaps, maybe, I don't know, but I do know that there are a lot of other seasons and teams. I mean, crap, look at Creighton, Josh. I know. Yeah.
They were left for dead by yourself or yours truly included not that long ago. And now they're on a nice little run.
They got absolutely hammered by Georgetown, right? After they had already lost at Alabama, which again, that was a good loss, but so were some of the road games at Nebraska. Or they dropped 3 in a row after the Nebraska game, right? They lose that San Diego State game by 18. It's just like these things. And people do this in every sport, Josh. And sometimes problems that are problems continue to be problems the whole year. But more often than not, they kind of ebb and flow throughout the course of a year. Well, things going well, ebb and flow. Things going poorly, ebb and flow. And so I don't make an assumption that those 4 games that went bad, that's the rule for the rest of the season. And everything that happened before that is irrelevant. Like, I don't understand that outlook on it.
Well, and I mean, in the case of Creighton, some of that was injury related too. Like, Nebraska doesn't have that. Nebraska, they have lost 4 in a row. And I guess, can that be a positive? You could view glass half full and glass half empty. On the latter, you could just say, well, they stink and this is who they are. But if you are trying to find the positives, like you just said, teams are able to pull out of stuff all the time. And this team right now doesn't have like that crippling injury where you say, yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to pull out. No, it's just about playing better. Can they play better? Especially, they had the end of the Iowa game and the end of the Rutgers game, and it's like end of game situations. If they played a little bit better, certainly they were up by 15 against Iowa,
And by the way, it isn't that they stopped making free throws. It's that Bryce Williams isn't going to the line anymore.
Shooting them, yeah.
Because he's one of the best free throw shooters in the conference. And when he's getting 10 to 12 free throws during a game, as opposed to Andrew Morgan getting 6 free throws or Braxton Mia getting 4 free throws, that's what's changing it. It's not really that that guys aren't missing. It's that Bryce isn't getting to the line, which is a huge problem with all of this. And that is a problem. Like he's got to be a much more prolific driver and scorer and more aggressive again. That's absolutely. And if that continues to be an issue, they are going to struggle. And if they can't defend the 3, they are going to struggle. Now, we'll see if that continues to happen in every single game, right? But if they make that 3 and send it to overtime in Maryland and win that game, Josh, like their resume all of a sudden would have a major boost with another quad 1 win. Like,
they're going to have
people like it or not, but they would have been, up there in brackets again, back in the 8-9 range in the brackets.
Got to find a way to go 2-2 in the next 4. If you can go 2-2 in the next 4, I think you're feeling really good.
Yeah, I think they got to win the USC game, and then I think they got to either get. Well, I mean, the most likely one to get would be Washington on the road, or Illinois, it would be a kind of a shocker to pull off. What are the other ones? Wisconsin
and Oregon. Yeah. The next 5 are USC at home, at Wisconsin, Illinois at home, at Oregon, Washington on the road before they come home for it.
Yeah. For me not to panic in terms of making the NCAA tournament, I think they got to get USC in one more of those.
Yes, I think so.
And then the schedule, right? The schedule is none of the games are going to be easy, but let's not act like the schedule from there on isn't significantly different in terms of home versus road games and just quad 1, et cetera. So, but again, if you've already decided they will never win again, I don't know why we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people have.
Yeah. He says, if
every game is an if. It hasn't freaking happened yet.
We're not talking about the past. We're talking about the future.
People are so annoying. People are so annoying.
Well, one person who's not annoying is Mitch Sherman, and Mitch Sherman will join us and Jack Mitchell. Jack Mitchell also, I'm not annoying. Can't say the same though for Nick Grum. It's what others are saying, Nick.
Your cheeks.
That's what people are saying. Mitch Sherman joins us when we return. Before that, the Jack Mitchell online internet radio commercial
Sideshow.
The Sideshow, which we all know the name of. Coming up right now for those of you on YouTube. We're back with Mitch Sherman next on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, well, I try and get my T-shirt loose from my zipper. I got like a something about Mary situation here, but with my T-shirt instead of all these other things. I was talking about the Maryland game, geniuses. I'm glad you put geniuses in quotes. Well, we got it when we were talking. It was queued up to when we were talking about if what happened in the future games. So, if you get 2 there and then you win, and the second half of the schedule just isn't going to Purdue, to Maryland, to Wisconsin, Illinois at home, and Oregon is a stretch that you're just not going to have in the second half. You're not gonna have anything like it in the second half. You do go to Penn State, you do go to Northwestern, you do go to Ohio State, and then the rest are home games. There's been more road games than home games too. And like I said, I'm not convinced that it's like things are totally fine, but I'm also not convinced they're absolutely unsalvageable. The only point, oh God, Barry Griffin, you're driving me insane. You're driving me insane, man. The only reason I brought that up is not because I was trying to point out that, and I'm making this noise because I'm trying to get my zipper out of this shirt. It's not because I was just trying to say, like, in terms of resume, everyone is like, oh God, they're falling apart. There's no chance they're going to make it. I'm like, the resume is one game away, one of those wins away, a good win away from being like in a fine spot if you look at all these things. So People get frustrated with coaches been around a while and whose ceiling appears to be putting a top 20 team. Can we wait for the damn season to end? Good Lord. Look, if the season goes to hell, I might agree with all of you. But can I just enjoy the season? Would that be all right? Just watch them and see it before we deem that they're losses? Could just watch them? Is that okay? Or no, the 4 losses, now that's the norm forever for the rest of the year. What happened in those is the rest of the year. I don't even know that they're all the same. Those are I don't know, man. I don't get it. And if you hit it, like if you're a fan of if you're not a fan of the team, right? I get it. You're just sort of trolling a little, or just you don't want to see them do well, which is fine. Whether or not they would go to the CPI, why are we talking about that? First of all, you're right, they wouldn't, but
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joins us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday. Mitch, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I am well. How are you guys? Happy National Championship Day.
Yes, happy National Championship Day indeed. You got a pick? You got anything in particular you think is going to happen tonight? Is Xavier Watts, is he going to have an interception? What's going down in Atlanta?
You must have been listening to me earlier. Yeah, that's my bold prediction. Xavier Watts is going to represent Omaha and get a pick on the biggest stage in college football before he goes off to be, I don't know, maybe the first safety picked in the NFL draft this spring, and I think a prosperous NFL career. But to no avail. Ohio State wins this game and covers the 8-9 point spread. I got the Buckeyes 27-17.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mitch, there was a story in The Athletic today that asked, was year one of the 12-team college football playoff a success? I wonder how you would answer that question now as we've gotten to the day of the national championship.
As long as we get a champion tonight, then I would say yes. I think either one of these teams is deserving and has had the kind of year and the kind of postseason, especially in the case of Ohio State. Notre Dame's had a great postseason too, but Notre Dame has had a great year. The one blemish, and everybody's got a blemish at this point. So the one came early in the season, and then the Irish have played spectacular football since then and beaten every team in their path. So they have earned it both in the regular season and the postseason. And if it's Ohio State, you could say that the Buckeyes made amends for some slips that were unexpected or unnecessary in the regular season. It's been a great postseason for sure for Will Howard and Ohio State and Jack Sawyer with that signature play against Texas. So yeah, I think it's success. I mean, has it been without any kind of slip ups or any kind of regrets? No, but I mean, we don't need to hold college football to this standard that's different than the other sports. We don't get to the end of the Major League Baseball playoffs or the NFL playoffs and say, did everything go perfectly in the postseason? Because if not, it's a failure. And for some reason, I think there's a temptation to do that. There's like an urge to want to do that with college football. It better go perfect. You better have spectacular games, in every round, all of them. Otherwise, it's a failure. And no, the point is to get a champion and to make it exciting. And I think they've accomplished all of that.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you about. After seeing most of 1 year of the playoff, then Mitch, how just from your perspective, how significant there'll probably be tweaks. What would they be, or how significant would they be if you could tweak it immediately going forward?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, and you don't have the ability to do this because the procedure for change, as it should be, is not just reactionary. It's not just, well, this didn't look great in 2024, 25, so let's fix it for 26, because you might not be fixing it. You could be making it worse. I think it's important to see things over a longer period of time, and maybe there'll be some changes. Maybe they'll add a couple teams. Maybe they'll do something with the seedings. It seems like it's a lot easier to change now than it was in the old days when we had to move heaven and earth to get the system to be altered. So that's fine. I think we're in a good place now with what's necessary in order to enact adjustments and change, as long as it's, again, not too reactionary. The thing I would start with is the buys, and I don't think they should automatically go to the conference champs. I don't believe that that's going to change in year two. But if I was in charge, I'd say the 4 best teams should get buys, and if they happen to all be conference champions, then great. But I don't think that should be a qualifier.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us here on A Sportsmanlike Conduct. Mitch, turning to Nebraska, Jack and I have kind of had this like running joke, like kind of joking, kind of serious about like, is anything happening with Husker football right now? And obviously the answer is, of course, stuff is happening. They're making roster moves, and they're, in theory, like they're still searching for a special teams coordinator and all of these things, but there is this appearance of quiet. I wonder if you have sensed any of that, even though, of course, you're still writing about them a lot, and so you're still hearing from fans. But like, are we off on that, or is it just what I am or am not intaking in terms of my media diet at the moment?
No, it's very real. The last 7 to 10 days, and part of it is because you're in the context of this off season, where from literally the day that the regular season ended on Black Friday, then it was the Tony White drama and everything that ensued after that. Right on that first weekend, then the portal opened, and it was signing day, and it was bowl season, and there were other coaching changes, and then the players started coming in from the portal. So from November 30th up until about 10 days ago, it was it was nonstop, and the last week hasn't been quite like that. There's still been developments. I mean, we had a little flurry of things that happened at the end of last week with the official declaration or official word that Thomas Fidone is moving on to the NFL, although we knew that and certainly thought we knew it and gotten signals from Thomas and the coaching staff prior to last week, and the Deshaun Singleton extra year, the Javen Wright's return, which I honestly expected coming out of the season that he was a shoe-in to get a 7th year if that's what he wanted to do. It's why we didn't see him walk on senior day before the Wisconsin game. So, those things happened. We had a decommitment from the portal. So little things in comparison to the big. It was drinking from the fire hose for quite a while through 6 weeks at the start of December on.
Hey, Mitch, now that you've had a chance to obviously see and take in what Nebraska's done, I guess, or at least the vast majority of it through the portal and who they went after, who they got, who they were going after, did you learn anything about kind of how they look at the roster, what they've got coming back, where they're okay with it, where they may not be okay with it based on how they kind of went forward in the portal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a long conversation. That's probably more than the time that I have to answer this question. There's been a lot that you can learn, I think, from the way that Matt Rule wants to shape his program going forward based on the activity and the aggressiveness and just the way they went about attacking certain positions or not attacking other positions. I think there's been a lot of change within the foundation of the Nebraska program since I guess I would go back to early November, late October, early November. That's when you began to see a different way of doing things from Matt Rule. And, I didn't expect at that time that he would pull the plug in quite the way that he did on the offensive coordinator position and be as aggressive as he was. That should have been a precursor. It was a precursor. It should have been something that we all looked at a little bit differently when Dana Holgorsen was brought in and say, okay, is this the new way of doing things? Is there going to be a more aggressive approach? And the 2+ months that have followed have validated that in the way that he's filled coaching positions, both the speed with which he's filled the positions and the coaches that he's hired to fill the positions and the positions that he's created on the coaching staff all indicate to me that it's not business as usual. And that's in part dictated by the world of college football and where the roster is headed and the way that rules have changed and who's able to go on the road and recruit and who can stay home and how you can structure your staff in that way. And it's also dictated, I think, just by the way that the first 2 seasons under Matt Rule went at Nebraska and the urgency that he feels to continue to build. And with as much turnover as they've had and as many leaders and older players in the program as they lost after the 2024 season, there wasn't an option to just continue to do it the same way and show the kind of progress that he wanted to show in year 3. They were going to have to be more aggressive in putting together the roster and the coaching staff in order to build on what they did this last year.
Mitch Sherman joining us of The Athletic, as he does each and every Monday at this time. Mitch, last offseason, I would say, especially towards the end, it got kind of loud in terms of Matt Rule was doing interviews and really talking positively about the program. Of course, there was the Chasing 3 doc. Like, are you expecting a similar kind of, I guess, noise level from inside of the program this year? Like, they can't control what outsiders say, whether or not they're getting smoke blown up their behinds with expectations, but they can't control how they operate. What are you expecting, given that it was a little loud for a team that ended up going 500 in the regular season?
It's a great question. We'll see. It's hard to say at this point. There hasn't really been anything public from Matt Rule since the bowl game, which is about as long as he tends to go without popping up on a national platform. And we'll see him this week. He's going to be at the Outland Banquet in Omaha on Wednesday night, and Charlie McBride will be honored, and Matt Rule will have some things to say. Troy Dannon's going to be there. Some of the Huskers from the 24 team, Ramir Johnson, Isaac Gifford, Ty Robinson, John Bullock are going to be honored at that event. So it'll be back to like a live dose of being able to react to what people around the Nebraska program have to say, which will be nice from our perspective. So you're not just recycling material that came in December and the early part of January with portal additions. But I think as we go through the off season, Josh, it's probably going to be a little bit toned down. I mean, he'll still take strategic opportunities, I think, to promote the program. You have to do that. You want to do that. There's not a negative in doing that. I know sometimes we hear from fans that it's a negative, like just shut up and wait until the season, show us what you got when August rolls around. And that's just not, I mean, that's not the way that this thing goes. Like, you have to do PR. You have to put there's a marketing element to managing a college football program, because you're always trying to build relationships outside. You're always trying to appeal to potential players in the future, and that's part of the way that they learn about your program and see your program, and you have to cater to the fans. So it'll be a little bit different. I think it may be a bit toned down. What you brought up about the Chasing 3 side of it, I don't know. That's very controlled from the inside. Nebraska's able to craft that message in whatever way that it wants through that. So there's no surprises for them. And I don't know what the benefit would be to not do that anymore. That's a great vehicle, a great tool for them to be able to use to have their own talent and production abilities inside the program to spread the message that they want spread about Nebraska football. So I got to think in some shape or form, you're going to continue to see that side of things put to use.
And Mitch, I mean, I know there are very obvious answers to this question. This may be another one where you need more time than you have to it. But how different is this offseason for Dylan Raiola than last year, after having just got here? And I know that's the experience of every, true freshman, comparing that first year to that second year. But it's probably a little different for him just because there's so many unique things going on. How different is this year that going to be for him? And I know without asking you to predict how the year's going to go for him, how's that going to impact his development during the course of this offseason?
Well, two big differences. One, I don't think he's going to have to deal with the same amount of external hype or hype that's coming from places that you don't normally hear about in Nebraska football, like within the state and within the media coverage that is always around the program. There will be talk about the returning starter at quarterback, of course, and there'll be lots of proclamations made and opinions shared. That's no different than any other year. But some of the stuff that Dylan had to manage last year, as far as like national and Big Ten interest, that's not going to be there. You don't see him at the top of early Heisman projection boards. He's a bit under the radar, I think, even within the Big Ten when it comes to quarterbacks. So I think that can be to his benefit to not have those kind of expectations. When July comes, I'd fully expect that he's going to represent Nebraska at Big Ten Media Days, and some of it will kick back up. Then there'll be a flurry of media stories about Dylan's sophomore season and can it be a breakout year, and that's fine. But I think he'll benefit from a bit quieter and just a bit more normal off season. And then two, he's got a ton of data to be able to go back over and
yeah,
he is, if nothing else, a student of the game, and what he's going to do with that film, what he's going to do with all of the different metrics, and that everything that he has at his disposal, and that his trainers, both inside and outside of the program, can use is going to be invaluable for him. And as long as he can stay healthy this off season and work on all of that stuff, I think he'll be a different kind of quarterback, a vastly improved quarterback in 2025.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you. You guys do the same.
All right. Mitch Sherman joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Yeah, how this offseason unfolds. Well, that was weird. How this offseason unfolds is going to be interesting, just given I don't think people obviously people don't want to hear the hype stuff again.
But they didn't last year either. It's still gonna. I don't know. I completely agree, and there are going to people who have taken it to another notch of not wanting to hear it from where they were last year. But at some point, you're going to sort of get there, and there's going to be stories, and it's going to be hard for some people, whether they be fans or whether they be media, not to at least talk about them with some level of excitement.
What do you expect the players to be like? Yeah, actually, strength and conditioning is horrible this year. We all hate each other.
We're weaker than we've ever been.
Yeah. I can't even lift weights anymore. They're all too big for my tiny little muscles. But that's how it's going to be. Everyone's going to say the things that they want to say. It's just what happens, though, in the offseason.
It's super interesting, Josh. I don't know what this dynamic for this offseason is. Right? There's nothing new this year. There was a new coach. There was a new quarterback. But there's nothing.
Is it the next step? Is that the new thing? Now we don't at least have to talk about them going to a bowl game anymore. At least we don't have to say that.
Yeah,
anymore.
You got that done. I don't. There've just been so many seasons in a row where there is something sort of new coming. Maybe Scott Frost last year, final year, they went to Casey Thompson, obviously, so that was kind of new then. You either have a new quarterback or I guess you still have the Dana Holgerson thing, but it's not totally new either. So
yeah, that's true.
A new defensive coordinator,
teams coordinator, Jack, a new special teams coordinator.
I can't get a feel for what this offseason is going to be like in terms of level of excitement or positivity or any of those things yet.
Man, think about it, Jack. What are you a believer in? Chopping off the weeks.
Yep.
It basically chopped off a month. The bowl game's almost a month in the rear view. Think of it, Jack. A month ago today, it was the day of the Notre Dame Indiana playoff game. And look at us now.
Look at us. A month from now, we'll be getting ready for spring practice.
We'll be looking ahead to daylight saving time. Ugh.
Right.
March Madness will almost be here, and according to some in the chat, Nebraska will have lost 15 games in a row.
Yes. Nebraska basketball still looking for that first win since the Iowa game.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's gonna be rough.
Hey, I got my shirt fixed for all those who are worried about it.
For those who are not watching today's show, Jack was struggling with his zipper and his T-shirt. What would you say, Jack, for 15 minutes?
At least. I went back and forth. I didn't want it to completely overtake all of my attention, but I got my undershirt really, again, I describe it as a something about Mary situation, but with my undershirt, and it was really in there.
Yeah, it definitely was. Debo says, what makes Nebraska a tournament team at this point?
Nothing. Who said that? I don't what in the world is going on?
See, this is why having a YouTube show would be the best. This is what happens all the time.
I never said that. I don't know how to say it any clearer.
Say it one more time. Let's see if we can get this on the record. Nick, get the graphic ready.
Unlike all of you, I don't know how this season ends.
Graphic, Nick. I don't know how this season ends. Jack Mitchell.
I am not. It might be terrible. It might get better. It might be good, but I'm not assessing the entirety of the season in January. So I don't I don't know what to tell you. If you know, congrats. I'll tell you, you were right afterwards. You were right, guys. They lost they're terrible. You were right.
Awesome.
It was the whole first half of the season was a fraud, and they're terrible. And you were right. And they should, maybe I'll say they should fire the coach at that point. But
Debo's followed up, says, I meant right now. How are they in the tournament today? Isn't it because they have the win over?
Who said? I guess I don't know who's saying.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if they are in the tournament today.
Asian Joe breaking. Yeah, Sports Flash, this one. Jack says he doesn't know how this Nebraska ball season will end.
That's correct.
Unreal.
There's not enough sport. There's not enough people.
I don't know what will happen.
There's not enough people who have the balls to say what I just said in sports media. I don't know what's going to happen.
Wow.
How's that for you?
Yeah, Skip Bayless would never say that. He'd
No,
tell you
no.
what's going to happen and that
Look at
LeBron
that.
sucks.
Where else are you going to get a sports talk radio host who just tells you, you know what? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Hard to argue with that.
Could go well, could go bad. Don't know.
Speaking of Nebraska's offseason, we will talk a little bit about Nebraska football later on in the show because the best college football podcast in America, Nick, says they might be in the playoff next year.
Playoff?
Huh? And remember, this isn't us. This is them.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Here comes the hype haters, Josh. You're already doing it. This is your next 8 months. You realize the hype haters punching you back if they can
really are.
If they think you're giving any hype, they are going to punch back at you.
They really are.
They're going to punch back at you.
the
Just
hype
like
haters
people
are-
punch back at me for not knowing the Nebraska basketball season is over with a 80-game winless streak.
Correct. So we'll do that in the happy hour. When we return, though, ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips, he has some ideas about what's going to happen with the postseason for his conference. We will discuss when we return and also ask, would this be good if the Big Ten decided to do the same? Plus, Jack Mitchell will inevitably argue with more people about Nebraska basketball, and during the commercial breaks, a variety of topics. I don't know what's going to happen when I click my computer speaker on in like 2 seconds, but I can't wait to find out. More to come. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday on 1620 The Zone.
It was more fun before I started talking about Nebraska basketball because I just get crabby. I don't know. Like, if I said they're in the tournament now, I don't think I meant to say that. I don't know that they are right now. Like, I'm not. I mean, if you go to like bracket matrix and that kind of stuff, they might still be in. But that thing updates so slowly. Now I'm kind of curious. Are there are 10 seeds still per bracket matrix? You'd have to ask all the people who do the brackets for that. Although most of them were not updated. Most of them were updated before the Maryland loss. So that's the best I can answer that question. I don't know that they're in right now. Oh, I can't believe it sounded like that. No, it's sort of just like whatever. No, didn't assume that. I don't know that they will be in or would be in now. All right, let's see. Here comes the Kool-Aid. There it is. There it is. It's the hype. It's the people who are worried about the hype. I get it. Oh, Jordan doesn't care about it at all. Okay. Let's talk about something else then. You guys are really harshing the buzz of this show for me right now with your takes. Yeah, okay, I got it. No more yeah, give me a good non-sports, non-Nebraska severance talk. Oh, Debo, don't spoil it. I haven't watched it yet. I don't even like seeing what you just said because now I'm wondering what that could mean. Do not spoil it for me. I haven't watched it yet. But I do appreciate that you switching topics for me. I'm doing no more Nebraska basketball during the breaks. I'm not as likable. I don't test as well with the focus groups when I'm talking about Nebraska basketball. When I'm talking about old gear, when I'm talking about old TV shows, really, if I'm talking about anything in the what work are they doing at Lumen? I mean, I don't know. That's part of the major question in watching the entire show. I mean, I've got some theories, but nonetheless, I don't know. Look at that graphic. I don't know this season. It's funny. It's funny. All right, we got to get some better questions in here for let's get a real, as Bo Pelini said, let's get some better questions in here. Let's get somebody in here who's going to ask better questions. Yeah, we need some more. We need to go down another rabbit hole on a random topic for the rest of this show today during the break. So let's figure out what that is. And it's you forgot a quote at the end. That's a good point. Thank you to our copy editor, Justin, who's very interested in my battle with my zipper that I won in the end. It turns out what I needed, and you were right, Justin. I just need to yank the hell out of it. Just needed to yank that. Oh,
Ooh,
Connor.
Oh, hi, Jack. So Sportsmanlike Conduct 1620. Hey, Connor Happer's hanging out in the chat today.
He's trolling me like everybody else.
Equals seafood Applebee's, Jack. Good take.
Trolling me like everybody else. Let's talk about Nebraska basketball some more. No, I'm not mad.
No more Nebraska basketball. We are done with that topic for now. Now, at least. Great question from Debo, though. What work are they doing at Lumen? Oh, Jack, we gotta do this. We gotta discuss it. But because you didn't watch that.
I can tell I already missed some stuff, and it just yeah.
Debo, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I would love to chime in, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to say a word.
Turns out covering your ears doesn't work when you're wearing headphones.
Not when you're wearing
it. Actually makes things louder.
Whoa, Mike says, Jack, Crimetown school's closed tomorrow. Why?
For what? Is it based on cold? Is that true?
I thought today was supposed to be the coldest day.
Wow.
I just got a text in one of my group chats. Waverly and Lincoln bros in an extreme cold
what?
Starting to wonder if they'll call off school tomorrow.
No, it's not going to be that cold, is it? Oh, man.
Today was colder than tomorrow.
Okay, there's nothing that said. Okay, by the way, that's fake news. It's not. It's not. They're having classes.
Wow, Mike with some fake news in the YouTube chat. Mike. Strigori says expect OPS and Miller to close.
Wow. Well, yeah, OPS always does. I mean, it seems
Jordan
like
says tomorrow morning is the coldest. Is it the coldest Crawford tomorrow morning?
Nice.
Get it?
Okay, Jack.
It's okay to Justin laugh. Says LPS just texted canceled. Cancel culture.
Oh, okay, well, they didn't put out a tweet. My bad.
Holy God. J-Man says -11 air temp, -35 wind chill. What the hell?
That's
in Omaha too. Oh, I guess tomorrow's morning's low is -8. Man, that's garbage. I hate that crap.
That's cold.
Yeah, they knocked it down a bit, but only to like 20, 21 below. I mean, is that
LPS closed tomorrow?
All right, apparently it is.
All right.
I wonder if my daughter, she's upstairs.
Jeez.
Hold on.
Oh. I'm glad that I don't work at that hardware store anymore because I used to have to be there at 6.
Yeah.
And my cars at the time, I had to let warm up for 15 to 20 before I could drive it. Otherwise, they would die.
Yeah.
So I would just be sitting in my car in negative 15-degree temperatures.
Ouch.
Before I could go.
Strigori says also they have not used any snow days, so they have to use them, and it's the end of January. If you don't use it, you lose it. Is that what we're saying?
I didn't know that was a thing.
I think he's joking. Yeah.
They're not first half timeouts.
I don't know how
carry them over
anymore.
I mean, negative 35 degrees feels like it's pretty cold.
I think. Sorry, I was just gonna say they hadn't tweeted it. There it is. They just tweeted it. All right, it's
like
over.
retweet it, Jack, so everybody knows.
Legitimately, back home, I think if we ended up not using school days, then that actually affected when the end of the school year was. It got pushed back a couple days.
That happened when my first year in Omaha in OPS. I went to Florence Elementary, and that was also in an era where not every school had air conditioning, so we had heat days. And then that was also the year of the famous October snowstorm. And so because of that, we ended up having to go into June. It sucked.
Sounds horrible.
Absolutely sucked.
Wow. I can't believe not only did they do it, but they called it this early. Like wow.
It's going to be
they've got an interim superintendent right now at LPS, right? Trying to
Dave Remington was the AD.
It's like a Mickey Joseph type situation here. Maybe trying to impress the kids to, well, I didn't mean that, but to impress the kids to take the permanent spot. We'll see. We will
Fascinating.
see.
All right, so keep an eye on that, everybody. The new interim person could be trying to take over eventually in Lincoln. Let's talk about the ACC, Jack, a sentence that I don't think I've ever said on this show. But I saw this story this morning on ESPN.com, and the title grabbed me. ACC.
That's a good title. Then.
It's a good title. ACC will weigh changes to its title game, commissioner says. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. I wonder what the changes could be.
It feels a little wordy.
It feels a little wordy. You know who has wordy titles? On 3. Oh my gosh. Their title of their columns is like a paragraph.
A title shouldn't be a sentence. I think I learned that pretty early on as a kid.
Interesting. All right. So we'll talk about titles of things later on. I'll read from the story, though. These are actual words and sentences that turn into paragraphs, Nick. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips said Sunday that the league will have conversations among coaches and athletic directors about whether to make changes to its conference championship game format moving forward. So here, Jack, are a couple of the ideas. Now, it brings up SMU. They made it. They lost. Everyone was on pins and needles. SMU ultimately made it in. So it's interesting that they're, in a way, I guess they're preemptively maybe changing their conference championship thing. You are a hater of conference title games. So what do you think? Phillips said the ACC could consider giving its regular season champion a bye and have the teams that finish second or third in the league standings play in the ACC championship game. He also said another possibility is having the top 4 teams play on the final weekend of the regular season, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, with the winners playing the following weekend in the ACC championship game. Your thoughts?
Wait, so the first scenario is it's 2 games? The first scenario where you said a bye and the 2 and 3 would play each other first?
No, it's just the first place team doesn't play. And it's 2 versus 3.
That is actually maybe a very good...
It's gaming the system.
I am maybe interested in that. Wow, that's interesting.
A regular season champion and a tournament
so
champion.
it's the second place game. Always for the championship, and the first place team earns the honor, and it allows those teams that might be on the bubble to bolster their resume with another win.
So
that is gaming the system, isn't it? You're right.
This year's format, SMU again, who made it to the championship game, or who lost in it rather, they would have skated through, and it would have been Clemson versus Miami. And the winner of that, in theory, I guess, goes on to the playoff. Like, see, I have a lot of questions about this. Like, how would the committee treat a regular season champion and then like an ACC championship game winner? Like, how would they treat that?
I mean, I think the thought is that they would treat the team that gets the bye as the champion. That's the league's champion.
Yeah.
2 and 3 are not.
Yeah, what would they do at the conference?
It's kind of like those Big Ten games they did during the COVID year where they just matched up teams that
Champions
were.
weekend.
In fact, you could probably get away with doing that and do it with everyone.
I would love it if everybody did that. I think it'd be sweet. If Nebraska had one more random game conference title weekend.
But the thing the first place team gets is to not play that weekend.
Yeah. So do they go on to the playoff, and then does the committee then bring in one of the
I guess a committee could game them back and be like, no, you have to. I mean, you have to play in a championship.
It's almost like
game?
it's like a spirit of the rule type situation, because obviously the only reason the ACC gives a free pass to its number 1 team is because they're trying to maximize the number of teams that can make it to the playoff. And in theory, if you're one of those other teams, okay, let me go to the rankings real fast. Gosh, I guess going into, well, this would have been after the conference title games, but Miami and Clemson were essentially like top 15-ish teams. So you win one of those games, you suddenly have a bonus top 15 win, which would help you out in terms of your resume. The other one, Jack, and that was the 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then the winners play each other. So this year, you would have had SMU, Syracuse, and then you would have had Clemson, Miami, and then the winner of those games would have played each other in the conference championship game. And then gone to the playoffs.
What's that do? I don't know what that does. I
Gives
don't
you
get
a
that
bonus. Well, I think the reason to do that would be like twofold. It gives you a bonus good win, or good wins rather, but it also gives your I'll add two other things. It gives your second place team another bonus win, which is a positive in theory, right? You're getting another good win that put you in the conference title game. But the other thing that it does, well, I don't know.
But it's another regular season. It's basically the last regular season game, the first round.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Miami and Syracuse played in the first round, in the last one. What's any different? I mean,
I guess, does it solve the problem of the ridiculous tiebreakers that you have so many teams that have the same record? Now, the ACC is much different than the Big Ten, whereas the Big Ten had an undefeated team and then 3 one-loss teams. The ACC had a 0-loss team, a 1-loss team, a 2-loss team, and a 3-loss team. So theirs was pretty easy. The tiebreakers came into factor for the 4 seed through the 8 seed, it looks like. So, yeah. So you like the other idea better?
I don't really I don't love either of them. The first one's a lot more interesting just because it
gaming the system.
Yeah, it sort of games the system, but I don't like any of these solutions. I still don't, and I don't even know what I think it should be, because the conferences have gotten so big that you don't have a whole bunch of weeks to work with. It's almost like the entire conference season should be like its own form of a tournament, right? Like a playoff,
double round robin,
a conference playoff, but like a World Cup format or something.
I was going to say like the tournaments that they do in college basketball in December or November, where it's like you have losers bracket games, winners bracket games.
Yeah, you play all the way out, right?
Amazing.
Again, but like, which it's sort of like that. The whole thing where every team plays at the end too, with the matching up like the Big Ten did that year. But it'd be great if they could do it without doing any rematches somehow or something like that. But I don't know. These are not great solutions. I fully admit it. But the conference championship thing just does not go naturally with the playoff when they're also different and inconsistent when you're trying to pick it works in basketball because there's a bazillion spots that they can get, right? And
correct.
And so everybody can get one just the same, but there's plenty of other options to still get one. That just doesn't exist.
Yeah, and Jordan asked the question that kind of just dovetails off of what I was going to say again, and he says, would they make the champion be like Notre Dame, where they would be made an at-large team instead? Yeah, how the committee would treat this situation, I think, is super interesting, because we would know that the ACC is doing this to try to put their conference in the best situation possible to get more than one team. Everyone would see right through this, right? Like, we understand we understand what they're doing. So then how, as a committee member, how do you treat that? Do you say that SMU is the conference champ because they were the regular season champion, or do you give the award to the conference title game, whatever we would call this? You give that team the auto bid. Is there a world where the ACC screws itself? I guess would be the other question that I would have.
Here's the interesting question, Josh. Is a world where like the ACC, or you could, I guess, say the Big 12 too, where they don't have a championship game and just crown the regular season champ, the champion? Does that would that help? Would that be better or worse in terms of those conferences' participation level in the playoff?
I think it'd be better because that's an extra game you don't have to lose. You know, that you.
So if that's what these teams want, I understand there's TV money, but if that's really what these conferences want, then get rid of them.
Yeah, like, but that's what they want. They want the team.
But I don't know. Do you have to have? Is there something in the contract that says you have to have a conference championship game? Probably.
No, you don't. You can decide your conference champion by any means necessary.
However you want.
Yeah, you could do whatever you want. By the way, if you were to do the 2 versus 3 thing in the other leagues, and that would have guaranteed auto buys, the Big 12, it would have been Iowa State versus BYU. That would have been the conference championship game. In the Big 10, it actually would have been Indiana Penn State, because Ohio State famously had 2 losses. Let's see, as I'm going to the other power league, and it would have been Georgia versus Tennessee for the.
Does Iowa State get in that scenario?
Well,
if they beat BYU, like if they won that single game.
And that's the question: is would the team that won the faux conference title game get in, or would they just say, no, we're only giving it to your first place team? And in the case of the Big 12, it's Arizona State, or in the case of the ACC, it's SMU. Because going into that game, the ACC championship, Clemson was outside of the top 12. SMU was not. So would they reward SMU for having a win where it's not over the actual conference champ? I don't know if they would.
Right. Or would they be bitter that they're gaming the system and penalize them?
Correct. And my guess, I actually think it might be that more than help them.
Now I'm thinking about the full conference season being a TBD tournament the entire time and how we can make that work.
I wonder if that would be
long
possible.
form tournament.
You would have to have some sort of a group stage. You would have, like in soccer, and then you come out of that, and then you start playing knockout games. And then everybody else just plays in loser
And
brackets.
then you make the groups based on the last year's standings, the previous year's standings every year, and make them even.
Correct. Like they do in the World Cup, where they draw from
from the previous years, right?
Yeah.
And then
the only issue is with the Big Ten, there's 18 teams, and so you can't have group sizes couldn't be the same. They couldn't be 4-4-4-4 like in a 16-team league.
You could do 6 groups of 3. You could do
3 groups of 6,
or 3 groups of 6, and then you get. And then how do you get to your tournament?
Champs in like a wild card little situation.
3 groups of 6. So you play all 5 teams. Okay. In your groups, that's 5 weeks. And then the top 8, which are the first and second from each of them. And 2 of the thirds go into an 18 tournament that lasts 3 more weeks.
That's 3 more weeks.
Right.
So how many games are we? How many games?
But they're like they're like the basketball MTEs, like you said, where there still
are other games. There's still loser games.
You play every week, no matter what. And there's also a secondary bracket, right? There's the NIT or whatever of it all. And
I love this idea for the record.
Honestly, like it's probably the scheduling and like home games and that sort of thing.
Coaches would despise this. They would hate this.
Yeah, but man, you get a champion. You would get a
champion.
clear champion and a clear second place.
Yeah, you'd have to decide on, Nebraska has home games on week 10 and 11, and 11, but they're on the road in week 12. Like that, you would have to do it that way. So you're at home as a fan. You just don't know who you're playing until mid-October.
Well, yeah, you could do
awesome.
The whole round robin part of it. You can pre-schedule.
Correct.
Right?
It's the second.
The first 5 weeks of the season you can schedule, and then you're right. They'll probably put the last one at a neutral site anyway.
Gross.
No, we want it to be home. We want it to be.
I think we just fixed college football.
And once again going to international soccer as the model.
It's always the
People
way to do
will love it.
Some people ask, Jack, who killed college football? Others will ask, who fixed college football? And the answer will be you and me here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on January 20th, 2025. What will people remember about January 20th, 2025? This. How we fixed college football. Only this. Still to come, why Nebraska could be a playoff team in 2025. Others are saying it. We're just going to play the video.
Start the hype train. Josh has done it.
We're just going to. Ooh, Nick, that's the title of that podcast later. Start the hype train.
Start the hype train.
Start the hype train. We'll get to that later. We'll talk a little college football national championship, though, when we return. He's Jack Mitchell hanging out with us, talking during commercial breaks. I'm Josh Peterson, sitting here listening to him during commercial breaks. Nick Grum is producing us. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
All right. Here we are during the break. Although I'm going to go upstairs for a second. I haven't done that yet. Okay. Can't believe you didn't believe me. I can't believe they canceled it. Well, the forecast got a little worse, but they usually don't cancel it for, I don't know. I don't think they usually do for 20 below wind chill. Maybe they do, but that wasn't what was forecast. Having looked at the forecast this morning quite a bit, it wasn't supposed to be quite that low. I mean, it was this morning. I guess they didn't have school this morning, but it was 16, 17 below this morning wind chill. I just thought the threshold was a little bit lower than that. I'm not trying to be like old man complaining about the olden days. I've been involved in a lot of these discussions and exactly where the line is. Can't see the line, can you, Russ? NCAA is considering adding a 5th year of eligibility while getting rid of the redshirts.
Can't see the line, can you, Russ? Nope. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Jack, I was just quoting you during the commercial.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Nick?
You can't bring the sideshow on the air, Josh. It's the
side. What
show.
happens in the sideshow stays in the sideshow.
My bad. Good question. Well, now we can't say sideshow.
Sideshow.
Say sideshow fast.
Sideshow. I have good tongue control, though.
Wow, interesting. Pedro texts in, Jack. Hi, guys. What kind of attorney would Jack make? Your Honor, I don't know if my client is guilty. I just don't know. But at least I told you that at the beginning of the trial. That's why actually Jack stopped being a lawyer, because he couldn't say for certain whether his clients killed anybody or
you
not.
can't really both sides as a lawyer.
Well, I mean, listen.
Worst lawyer.
He would.
You want a true answer to that.
Lean to one side.
Or would he be a good one, because he's got so many soapboxes?
He does have a lot of soapboxes.
The answer to that is, even if I don't know what happened, I can convince you that I did know what happened and convince. Now that's the difference. Now I could make that argument about the future if you want me to, but that was not it. It was what I did know and do know.
That's
about
true.
About it. So
lots of comments, Jack, as we get into the national championship discussion from Douglas about Notre Dame. And it's obvious that Douglas very much hates Notre Dame. But Notre Dame has earned their way to tonight's national championship game because they won 3 games in the playoff, including ones over Penn State and Georgia. They also beat Indiana at home 1 month ago tonight. What is interesting to you about tonight's national championship game? A game that features, as we just mentioned, Notre Dame, and then this Ohio State team that outside of Texas has just gone on this crazy run where they have mostly bludgeoned teams since that loss to Michigan towards the end of November.
What is interesting to me about it? I mean, I don't.
Or are you even really that interested in? I mean, I guess we kind of hit on this earlier, didn't we?
Jack says, I don't care.
I'm going to watch it, but I don't know that I would even say that I'm like super. I don't know what I'm interested in about it. Not like, I guess if I had to do the lawyer thing and make a case about what is potentially compelling to me about it, it would be.
I don't know what's compelling.
I don't know what's going to happen tonight.
It's like, did Ohio State in the playoff for the most part just turn into this super team that they were supposed to be all year but couldn't really be, and were able to flip it against, the grind that's the playoff, and it's what people thought they would see a lot of the regular season, and they didn't in a lot of cases. So that's, I guess, the most compelling thing is were we right about them from the beginning? It just took a while for us to be right about them, being clearly the best team this year. I guess that's what's somewhat interesting to me. And
we weren't wrong. We were just early in our takes at the beginning of the year about how good Ohio State could be. That's what you're asking.
Because that's what a lot of, and I say we, I don't necessarily mean me and you or all of us, but the people. There were a lot of people who saw Ohio State, what they did in the transfer portal, and they got Caleb Downs and then Jeremiah Smith comes in as a true Jeremiah Smith. They were like, this team is as talented as you're ever going to see, right? This is the year they're going to roll. Alabama's switching coaches, and so they're going to be down. Georgia doesn't have a dynamic quarterback, so they're going to be down maybe. Although Ohio State, you could argue, didn't either. But I think that's kind of it, because when I got asked about it this after there was the Tennessee win and the second Oregon win. And I was like, I don't think they can keep this up. Like, I think they played really well. I don't think this is who they are for 4 weeks in a row, though. And you could argue they didn't keep it up to that.
I would agree. Yeah, I don't think they did against Texas. I think anyone who said after the first 2 games, like, there's no way they can keep this going, they didn't. Now they won.
Yeah, they didn't. They won.
But they were not the juggernaut that they were in the first 2 rounds of the playoff. And
then the thing that you won't necessarily, I I guess the other thing that's interesting to me is after the game, and if they would lose, like, is there still some Ryan Day? Is there still some Ryan Day hatred coming from that fan base if they lose in the national championship game? Especially if they lay an egg somehow, which I don't think they will. But
look, I've said my piece on him plenty. I think that is a ridiculous opinion to have now, though. It would be like getting so mad, me as someone who disliked Bo or like disliked Scott Frost, but then he takes you to the national championship game and then they lose. It's like, seriously? Like, you're going to be that upset that they made it to the last game but then lost? Especially given that we are now in the era where you got to win a bunch of games to get to the Natty. Like, they didn't just get in based off of pollsters, or the BCS being wonky. They had to win 3 games.
If we're good enough to get there, we're good enough to win.
Yeah, I guess.
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know if I've told you this before, but fans love firing. They believe that everything that goes wrong of any sort, no matter how small or how big, can be fixed by a quick firing to clean it up.
You're expecting fan bases to be rational.
Yeah, people do love firing.
People love firing more than anything. Firing coaches. It is the favored method of fixing everything, even though it's got a kind of a mixed track record on how often it works.
Yeah. You know what else fans love doing, Jack? No. And you love this too. Conference cheering. About this email from Zach.
Oh boy.
Equitable Bank inbox. Nebraska fans should always be cheering for Big Ten teams to win as many games in the playoff as possible, and that a Big Ten team wins the championship. That means millions of dollars for Nebraska's athletic department since Big Ten schools split their payouts with the other schools in the conference. It's why the reluctance for Nebraska fans to conference cheer throughout the playoffs makes zero sense. Jack, your thoughts on what did we talk about with John back in March? The units. Do you want some units? Do you want some absolute units from Ohio State?
I don't even. Does how much is the payout different from the winner than the second place team? Is that true?
I don't believe it is that much different.
I don't believe.
It's more important to go like further and further. I think once you're there, I think you're actually, you know what? I think the loser actually might get the same tonight. I think it's $4 million a round. It's what $4 or $5 million every round. I think.
The CF payout, okay, $4 million for making the 12-team bracket, $4 million for a quarterfinal, $6 million for a semifinal, and $6 million for making the title game. So wrong there. It doesn't affect.
So Zach, you actually don't have to cheer for Ohio State.
You don't have to do it. Congrats. The money Nebraska will have the same amount of money once they got to the championship game. Apparently.
Also, check $6 million. Like, look, I'll take
divided by 18.
Divided by 18 is $333,000.
Take out the processing costs too.
Yeah, agent fees. Nebraska is getting like $100,000. Like, again, I'll take that if someone wants to give me $100,000. Yeah, I'll definitely take it. Nebraska.
It's not like we're going to end the year and next year, and Nebraska makes the playoff, and Matt Rule's going to be on the field celebrating, and he's going to say, you know what made the difference? That extra $150,000 last year kicked in from Ohio State. That was what we needed to put us over the edge. Yeah, I don't get that, man. I'm not cheering for. I don't cheer for. I cannot do it to cheer for money.
I cheer for who I want to win. It doesn't matter if what do it. Last year I rooted for Michigan, but not out of pride. It's because I wanted Michigan to win.
It's that whole units thing. You're right. It was the units thing in the basketball tournament last year.
Yeah.
Now, if you just listen, all that said, if you just hate Notre Dame, I completely understand that. Like
more part
that's a. But don't.
How about this from MK? Rooting against Notre Dame, otherwise Nebraska will be the blue blood with the longest championship drought.
That's a fine reason, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
But cheering for $150,000 or what, $300,000 or whatever it is, like I will never cheer for that. Or for this like vague. It makes us look better. Like that doesn't win any games for anyone.
Adam texts into the show 402-951-1620. The naysayers will point to the SEC being down this year, namely Alabama and Georgia. That will be the talking point about how Ohio State isn't that great if they win tonight. I kind of agree. I also think, Jack, that them being the first in what will most certainly be a long line of non-conference champs, non-conference championship participants, lost to their rival, had what their fan base would regard as a lesser regular season, win the title. They will be the first of many. And how that changes our view of things, I am curious about moving forward. I thought that this regular season was phenomenal. I thought that it was great. I thought that it lived up to what I was hoping for. We had upsets every single week. And my theory as the year unfolded was in the back of the players and coaches and everyone in the team's mind, they know they don't have to be perfect. Not that they went to Michigan and were like, we can lose this and we'll be just fine, because their reaction to that game says that that loss still meant the world to them. But if they win a title tonight, I mean, it is interesting how that game is just like this regular season loss that, you know, sucked for them in the moment, but propelled them to win a national championship. Like, I'll take that trade. But
yeah,
I've also,
I agree. Yeah,
I've never grown up in the era of Nebraska having a rival like that and being able to lose to that rival and still win an Natty. Like, I've never grown. So, like, I wonder how 1987 Jack Mitchell responds if Nebraska loses the game of the century too, but then turns around and wins a Natty. Like,
okay,
how do you?
2001 is the year that is the closest example of it. To be honest,
That's true. That's true, because it almost happened.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
And wouldn't we have all said, "Sweet, sign me up"?
Yeah, that was a crazy,
Holy
weird,
Lord.
fluky game, but they went and beat this unbelievable Miami team and won the title. Yeah, I don't think I would have been. Yeah, I don't know that I would. It would have taken a ton away from it from me as a fan, but I don't know. You don't know until you've actually been there. Oh, the other thing I do wonder too is if Ohio State wins. Like, honestly, if you're Ryan Day and Ohio State wins it, isn't there part of you that's like, okay, I'm getting out of here on top before they come get me for the stupidest reason later, winning a national championship and going down and obviously will land on his feet wherever he goes next.
That's a great point.
I can't imagine he's not at least tempted to do
Thinking
that
about it
win.
for sure. Yeah,
and then it would be so fascinating if he does that, because then Ohio State might call Notre Dame's coach as one of their first choices.
Former Buckeye, exactly, because the name all month long after they lost to Michigan was Vrabel.
Vrabel's out. So
Patriots. Yeah. How about this from Icon 27 before we go to break? If Ohio State wins, they'll never print a T-shirt that lists every game result. That's
totally
true. They'll just have the playoff results. They won't have the regular season results. They'll just have the 4 games they won in the CFP to win a Natty. Because back in the old days, I think you get a shirt and it would list all the wins. I mean, trying to put a shirt on it where they lost to Michigan.
Would Notre Dame include the game where they lost to NIU?
See, but since they only lost one and it was so long ago,
will anyone ever do that? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a long. The shirts are going to get really big. It's a lot of games.
It'll look like a tour shirt.
It will. It really would. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go. So that's the national championship. I'm just happy, Jack, that I could remind you that there is the national championship game.
Please do it like every 10 minutes, though, because until we talked about it, I had forgotten.
Well, it's happening tonight, and it's at 6:30, so you'll even get to watch the game before you go to bed.
Yeah, they've heard enough people complaining about that year after year that they moved. When did they move that up? That's nice, though. I like
within the last few years. It's really nice. 6:30. It'll be on when I get home. This is gonna be perfect.
Sideshow.
And coming up next, the sideshow as Jack hangs out during the
and I
commercial.
gotta fix my zipper again.
What is going on?
I
with
got
you?
it caught again.
How?
I'm screwing around with it. I can't
stop playing with your zipper. Get a fidget toy.
I gotta screw around with something during these shows.
Get a baseball. I like to play with a baseball.
Jack, I was watching a Cowboys podcast today, and the guy had a football. Just hold something. Get a hockey stick. What if you were the hockey stick guy?
Oh
yeah, that's a good bit. Nobody does that.
Nobody holds hockey
I'm a hockey stick guy.
Hey, isn't that guy that holds hockey sticks and says Nebraska basketball is definitely making the NCAA tournament because he loves predicting things? That's what they say about you. All right, happy hour coming up next, and why the best college football podcast in America thinks Nebraska could be a playoff team next year. Not our words, their words. That's coming up when we return. Also, the national championship game, Jack, is an hour and 40 minutes away. He fixed it again.
Thank you.
Happy hour next on 1620 The Zone.
I fixed it. I got to quit screwing with it. I really do have to do something. I usually have, I think I lost or threw away. I got a little stir stick thing from a coffee. Or like a thing that they put in the hole that I mess around with. Yeah, I really do. I don't know if I do that. I think I do it because I see myself on video, which is a dumb reason. But I don't think I do that when I do my regular radio show. I definitely don't. That's weird. All right. Newborn buttons get a fidget spinner. My son used to have one. I do need something like that. I agree. Calvin, shout out to you. NCAA having natties on Mondays is really dumb. That, what we were talking about earlier, not being on Mondays, and if somehow, and I know they'd never do this, but if this were a Friday night, like the first round of the playoffs, or a Saturday night at a home field of one of these two teams, it would feel so much more like an event, and that I'd be exciting for. I'd look forward to the whole day long. But as it is now, I'm watching it because there's nothing else on. Isn't that crazy? Because college football is my favorite sport, and I would never. If I had something to do on a regular college football Saturday in late September, right? You had got invited to go out to dinner with friends or something. I kind of want to watch football tonight. Tonight, I'd barely say that compared to I'd be more excited for a regular Saturday night in September or October, where there's several games on, granted, but than I am for the game tonight. And the basketball, he's 100%. Basketball on a natty on Monday as well. I hate that too. And I feel the same way about that game usually. Probably even more so because that sport's regular season, other than my own team, I don't really get into that much unless it really affects my own team. So, but on the other hand, if I've got a little vested interest in a bracket contest or something, that helps. And so you could artificially do it that way to try and, ramp up your interest in this. But I don't know. I always feel down on the college football national championship game. I'm trying to think if there was a year. So I remember, this is going way back, but I remember being really excited about USC Texas when that happened. Again, I'm going way back, but I'm trying to think of non-Nebraska college football national championship games that I would say I was really excited to watch. The whole Alabama, Georgia, Clemson stuff just took it out of me. Last year,
Throw. 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 It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw.
The happy hour is on the air. Josh and Jack and Nick hanging out with you on this Monday, the day of the national championship game. We are excited. We are ready. We have never been more excited or more ready for a Monday night football game in the month of January.
Some of us are. Stigori in the chat says the time is dumb. 6:30. So before people on the West Coast are even off work. Dumb.
Hey, I like it. 6:30 Central Time. I'm off work. 7:30 East Coast time. They've been off work.
Remember when we watched football in Vegas? That was an interesting time zone.
It is. I love Pacific time for football. It's very wild though to get used to. It's very wild.
Well, it was a Sunday, but I did the 5 o'clock. A Sunday is different from a Monday, granted, but the 5 o'clock start was great. We already talked about this, but he's right. People be at work. I would be if it were 4:30. I mean, it'd be started. We'd be in the first quarter right now for us.
Yeah, see, having the Notre Dame Georgia game on at the office a few weeks ago was cool, but I also hated it because I couldn't focus on the game as well as I normally would, and then Nick got weird pictures of me being a freak.
I think you couldn't focus on the show as well as you normally would. You were locked in.
I know. I couldn't focus on anything because I wanted to focus on both.
You know what? You needed a hockey stick to help you focus.
I needed a hockey stick, Jack.
Now, what Strigori fails to factor in is I don't care if it's bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, we live in Omaha, so
I don't care.
I don't care. We apologize to the West Coasters. We apologize. We hope
for a lot, to be honest, right now.
Yeah, they're going through a ton of stuff right now.
I'm sorry I said that. I do care.
Yeah. We care about you. We just don't care about the time of the kickoff. Right. We apologize. But again, you guys get to watch games and then do stuff after them. So, you win some and you lose some sometimes. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Plus, you'll be stuck in traffic on the 405. Just pull out your phone and watch while you drive. Kidding. Don't do that, please. If you missed anything from the show today, what have we done, Jack? We've had a lot of fun. We've talked Nebraska basketball, and you've guaranteed a run to the NCAA tournament,
Talked
maybe
about
even a Sweet 16.
80s and 90s TV shows.
We talked about 80s and 90s television shows. We talked a little NFL playoffs. We had Mitch Sherman on to preview the Natty. And now we're about to say why Nebraska football's awesome. So, I mean, this has been a good show so far, Jack, I would say.
There you go. I'm excited to get the hype train going. Let's rev it up for 2025 playoff-bound Nebraska football.
Nice. Before we okay, doing the static thing. Yep. Well, all right. Let's. Well, this is actually going to be a problem, Jack, because Nick has to. Are you listening?
Oh, you completely went away, and now you're back, but you're in. The bad thing again is happening. I'll maybe I should leave and come back.
This Jack only hour. D'Lo, Jack has been with us since the beginning of the damn show.
He has. He's been here the whole time.
See, now Jack is back. Can you hear us, Jack?
Yeah, now it's working.
Yeah, but we can't hear you because of the setup. It'll be fixed in a sec. You're fine. You didn't
be really quick.
You didn't do anything. Stop talking, because they can probably hear us on the stream. But we'll be good to go in a second. We apologize to everybody. We've had a lot of technical issues. One other thing that we have done today as well. Please take your responses for the show that you remember your parents watching when you went to bed.
Josh sucks.
The show that you wanted to watch, but they wouldn't allow you to stay up longer. Lots of responses, a lot of Tonight Show stuff, a lot of ER. But Nick, the show that was mentioned the most, I would say, is MASH.
Now I can't hear them.
Can
the chat hear me, though?
And Jack, can you hear us again?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, we couldn't hear you. So we're good to go now, though. We're all back.
I was screaming the whole time. It was funny.
All right, let's get to this email, which will lead into the video that we're going to play from the best podcast in the entire world. So Zach emails in. Now, Jack told you to root for Ohio State for the units. He is a big unit guy.
Big unit, 300,000, 350,000.
He says, adding to what he said, if the Big Ten wins back-to-back national championships with two different teams, while the Big Ten also smoked the SEC head-to-head throughout bowl season, that helps to continue the shift to the benefit of the doubt that the SEC has had over to the Big Ten. Meaning, they have a better chance to get 4 Big Ten teams in the playoff again next season and subsequent seasons, which means Nebraska has a better chance to actually make the playoff because I don't see Nebraska finishing ahead of Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, and Penn State all in the same season. A top 1 or 2 finish isn't realistic. A 4th place finish is probably the ceiling for Nebraska in the near future. First of all, it seems like you want to argue with Zach.
No, I don't. I got a little lost there. I'm not saying he made a bad point. There was just a lot to explain how the benefit accrues. But again, I'm weighing it against the immediate satisfaction of my heart getting what it wants.
Yeah.
Okay. My only argument is you don't need to go against your heart in those situations. If that's truly where your heart is, and you wanted Ohio State to win, or you don't care about Notre Dame, then go for it all you want. I just don't want you or me to ever have to cheer against my heart.
Yeah.
And my heart really doesn't want to see Ohio State win that much. So.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I can take the failure of the SEC coming at the expense of Notre Dame winning the national championship. I don't really care, but I'm also not, playing 4D chess where I'm thinking like 8 moves down the road because Ohio State wins a national championship.
Right.
I would also say this before we play this clip: Ohio State winning a title, like yes, it's a Big Ten title, but aren't they kind of like separate in a way from the Big Ten? And that people are like, yeah, of course Ohio State won. They recruited an entirely different level. Like people view them as an SEC program in the Big Ten. Yeah. Michigan winning was different because it was like, oh my gosh, a program like Michigan can still win a title.
Also, you're a Michigan sicko.
And I'm a Michigan sicko. If Penn State would have won, like that would have been like, oh my gosh, Penn State can win a title. Ohio State winning a title is like, yeah, it fits. They've been a great recruiter forever.
If you're totally neutral and you're looking for a reason to cheer for someone, I totally get it. Do that, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. But I'm just never going to be able to go against my heart for like if. Remember who was earlier in the chat was like if. Well, I mean, it's kind of what that is, and they were saying it to me. So I hate how that feels, but it's kind of.
Then you just turn it around. All right, so we've mentioned this pod before. John makes fun of me for it, but John's not here today, and if he was, he probably couldn't even talk to stop me. So, Kings of the North, Doug Maurice, Bill Landis. They cover Northern college football from a Northern tinge. Doug is wearing a cape, I think, at today's game, Jack. It's very funny.
Is it? Why is he wearing a cape?
Because he has a crown on. He's a king. He's the king of the North. He has swords. He's a very funny guy. Well, anyway, on an episode last week, they were trying to find the next teams that they could see coming out of the North. And I wondered, hey, will Nebraska show up on this? And then I saw the YouTube thumbnail, and there was a picture of Dylan Raiola. And I thought, okay, so Nebraska is going to show up on this list. Bill Landis, who is definitely more of the football guy in terms of the X's and O's, he had Nebraska 4th. I believe Doug had Nebraska 5th on the teams like most likely to take the next step. We'll play about a 90-second clip here. This was not the full one. I didn't want to play a 6-minute clip on the show today. But here was some of that discussion. In particular, they're going to talk about the schedule and how that could benefit Nebraska next year. Here it is, KOTN.
I think it's going to be a healthy middle of the Big Ten. And maybe they all beat each other up. But you could look at Nebraska and say, I think they at least have a chance in all these. And I don't think they don't have a chance against Michigan at Penn State in late November. If Penn State's like, we came back for this and we're rolling, could be really tough. But if Nebraska only has one loss going into that, so they have 7 home games, 4 away games, and the neutral site game in Kansas City. And their road trips in the Big Ten include, besides Penn State, the other 3 are Maryland, Minnesota, and UCLA. So underestimate Minnesota at your own risk, but like just on the face of it, it's not like they're going to Oregon. It's not like they're going to the Horseshoe. Right. So the schedule matters for them here.
I think I could see an Indiana situation where maybe Nebraska could beat Michigan earlier in the year because those two teams aren't fully formed yet, and it's like Nebraska rolls through the year and the only blemish in the regular season is maybe they go to Penn State and get crushed late in the season. But
yeah,
that would still get you into the playoff if history is any indication.
So maybe more of an Indiana path here, maybe not exactly expecting Nebraska to jump from their first bowl in 8 years to a playoff win or two, but like getting in. Huh. And if they could somehow get in, this would be a lot to ask, but they'd be the 8th seed. You want a playoff game in Lincoln? Anybody up for that? Anybody up for a playoff game in Lincoln?
Be pretty electric.
I like his banners.
So that was KOTN. Now, Omaha, Jack, has already chimed in. The entire city of Omaha tweeting in, which is very nice. How did UCLA go this year? Again, not us. We didn't say this. That was Doug Maurice and Bill Landis.
Right. And the thing you got to remember is if a game goes one way one year, it always for sure goes the same way the following year. That's obvious. That obviously happens every year. Yeah. So those guys forgot that. And hard to blame. They got a lot of things to cover. It's hard to remember that, once a result happens, it cannot happen a different way in the following year. It's obvious. Yeah. A little oversight. Other than that, good stuff.
Yeah. So what did you think of them discussing it from a scheduling perspective? Because we have been guilty of doing that around here for years, right? Where it's look at this schedule on paper. It's glorious. Look at all these teams. They're going to start off 10-0 before they lose to Penn State. And then, of course, they lose in September and everyone's sad.
That kind of goes to the point I was jokingly making about UCLA is like every time you think at the beginning of a year, we do all these exercises, Josh. You'll probably do them again this year where you'll go through the schedule and you'll be like, this is like 90% a win. This is like 90% a loss. And by the time the season actually happens, you're like, man, we had no idea what we were talking about when we assessed these teams. It will always happen. Indiana's a great example this year. Goodness sakes. I mean,
Illinois.
Illinois
9-3 in the regular season.
And then Ohio State, we misassessed that game too for Nebraska.
100%.
UCLA. I don't know if we misassessed at the beginning of the year, but we did at one point, probably thinking it was an obvious win. None of it. Colorado, we probably misassessed in some ways, maybe.
In a variety of ways.
But 2 years ago, you definitely did. But I mean, it is a fool's errand to go through to play the schedule game. in any time before a season, because you will always find that you completely misassessed multiple teams on the schedule in either direction.
Kyle asked, did any of their points on NU making the playoff have anything to do with them being a better team than they have been? Yes. I just played that 90-second clip instead of the full 6 minutes.
Dang, Josh.
I wasn't going to play a 6-minute clip. Now, Kyle's a Wisconsin fan, so I get
okay.
Kyle's needily. Hey, Kyle,
better.
people forget Nebraska won by like 20 points or something like that. That was pretty funny.
Josh also just feels more comfortable in the 90-second range.
Wait.
Hey.
Now, and
6 minutes is also a long time.
Now, Josh, let's point out that the Wisconsin is where Nebraska beat them a year after they lost to them. That's a 1 in a million thing. Okay. That's the one exception that I know of, at least during my lifetime in college football, where that.
Yeah. If you lose to a team one year, you lose to them.
Obviously, it's not going to go it's not going to go differently 999 times out of 1,000.
Yeah, is it going to be crazy next year when Vanderbilt beats Alabama again, and then they just do it for the rest of the time?
How did it go for Alabama last year, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oklahoma's going to own Alabama for the rest of time. All of these things are definitely happening. So I play that not even to ask, can they do it? Because, I mean, it's January 20th, and that's a weird question. I play it, Jack, to say this. Are we about to enter into another one of these off seasons where Nebraska is the cute, kitschy team that is going to be? I disagree.
Really?
I think people are going to give them the Matt Rule year 3 smoke at some point in time when everyone starts
people
looking
on the
ahead.
outside. You're talking about, by the way,
Yes.
You're not, because inside there's such a as we saw from the little bit of response you got from this, there is such a shield for this stuff built up.
Correct.
That it's not going to really come from inside that much.
Yeah, I think from the outside, especially when we start getting closer to like the summertime and people start making predictions and people start prognosticating, people are like, oh, hey, year 3, Matt Rule. Look at what he did against Temple. Look at what he did, at Baylor. D'Lo says, I can't go through this garbage again. D'Lo, it's not us. It's the outsiders.
Do you want us to go affirmatively tell them to quit saying it?
Maybe
is
we
that
should.
what we need to? Because, Josh, that's what you're saying. You're saying you're going to be outsiders who they've got to create content about the season, and they look for things. What's the trajectory of this program? What's Matt Rule done? And what's the schedule look like they were doing? What's a quarterback from year 1 to year 2 do? You might be right. They might
quarterback on year 2.
People might say that, and we can't control them. We didn't.
I cannot turn off Doug's
The Nebraska media didn't tell Doug to say that, just for the record. I didn't.
That we know of.
I have DM'd Doug and I've said, I like you. Can you come on my podcast? But I've not told him what to say about Nebraska football. I have not done any of those things. I can confirm. I will not send screenshots of my DM, though, because those are private, Nick, and I would never share my DMs with somebody else. Jack, should we go the opposite way and all offseason just say Nebraska sucks?
Yeah, I mean, how would that go over?
The playoff, Jack. Nebraska's not making the playoff, and they're probably going to be a 500 team again next year. And if you believe otherwise, you're a moron. How does that sound? How did that sound? Cut workshopping it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Iowa boy. Mm-hmm. What do you think, though, Jack?
How would that go over? I don't know. What if we had like real negative media boy coming out?
Well, I did that in the summer of 2021, and people wanted to kill me. So I could try it again, I guess. I probably got those old pants somewhere.
You on one side you've got D'Lo and the people who are texting in ready to kill you on one side for being too positive.
Yeah.
Then if you do the previous to Scott Frost thing, you got people who are gonna be gonna be yelling at you because you're too negative.
Negative.
You got to find that sweet balance. You know what that is?
7 and 5.
No, it's I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Both sides, Jack Mitchell.
I don't know. No,
John disappears for one day and you become both sides.
It's lack of foresight.
John.
How many soapboxes you got waiting for us, Jack?
It's the smartest thing you can say in all of prognostication and sports radio is
lawyer words.
I don't know.
Wow, lawyer words.
Prognostication.
Icon points out outsiders will love the top 10 portal.
Oh, God. What can we do to stop it? What do we need to do? Do we need to have a PR campaign? Hey, national media. Do we put billboards? Should we put billboards in like Atlanta and like the big markets for college football?
We're not a dark horse. I love this idea. I love
Right.
billboards around the country.
Like we could just have one that just says, "How did UCLA go in 2024?" Right?
Hey,
Just use
look at this win. Nebraska, remember the Iowa game?
right.
Remind them. Matt Rule stinks.
Right.
You know?
Just give like Nebraska's record in close games. Just a
Yes.
whole offensive at every level. Billboard. We could send out. It could be like a Heisman campaign, right? When you send out bobbleheads,
What
or
would we send out?
maybe like I don't know, maybe a player that was part of an unfortunate season in the last several years. You could have a whole series of them, like to remind you that Nebraska hasn't been good historically, in case they had forgotten that and not gotten it done.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Maybe a YouTube link to like a bad play. Like, hey, look, remember when Nebraska muffed that punt against Iowa? Check out this play.
Or maybe some other.
Those aren't hard to find.
Maybe some YouTube links to interviews like before the 2019 season, right?
Hey,
or before
we've seen this before.
Right. Here's we've been through this before, so we know you're falling for it, and we need you to stop because you're also annoying us in doing it as well. Yeah,
I love this idea. D'Lo, can you just see all those segments? Can I read this whole thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Can you just see all those segments on national shows with Nebraska, the dark horse team with B-roll of Dylan running around Yankee Stadium like we just forced Japan to surrender? Well, let's get out the handshake meme because Jack Mitchell, Josh D'Lo handshake meme, hating Dylan Raiola's celebration. After the pinstripe
you're again
ball.
putting where I didn't say I hated
Go to
it.
HuskerMax.com for more.
People were very mad that I expressed that feeling.
Yeah. Yeah,
Big
they were
mad.
commenting on Facebook. They definitely were.
Chad Kroger holding a picture of Tanner Lee. Look at this quarterback. Look at this quarterback. We could have a whole PR blitz on the national media to make sure this fan base doesn't have to hear overly positive stuff that isn't going to come true, because they've had to hear a lot of it, right?
Yeah.
They don't deserve to hear, when we have the preseason college game day special, have Pat McAfee having a list on teams to watch in 2025.
You know what's
or something,
funny, Jack?
you know?
In the full 6 minutes that, again, I did not upload, they begin by talking about how Notre Dame used to always be the team that was way overrated and then would lose. And now they ask, is Nebraska about to be that new team now that Notre Dame has made it to the national championship game? Are they about to be? Now, a lot of people who aren't fans of Nebraska listening right now are probably saying, they've always been the overrated team. They're always overrated. But that is how they began the discussion. So we got to push back. We have to remind the national media, don't buy in to Nebraska. They won't be able to do it. They won't.
You know what? Why don't you go on Kings of the North and you make that declaration?
I would love to. If Doug invites me on, I would love to talk.
I mean, we could
show up.
You could probably send. There's probably you probably know enough. We could get a good start on some of the, the podcasters in the college football media world, and then hopefully game a telephone, move things along, and eventually, we got Herb Street on the line with us. We got all the people, all the movers and the shakers in the college football world. Let them know.
This is not a bad idea. It's like a PR blitz. We start sending those emails that show up in our inboxes every day for Tina is going to tell you why a good night's sleep is super important. Would you like to book Tina for your radio show?
Yes.
We can start doing that to other radio shows. Josh Peterson and Jack Mitchell are here to tell you why Nebraska actually is mid as hell and will not make it to the college football playoff. Don't buy in.
Yeah. And then pop-up ads like click this one reason you will not believe that is going to prevent Nebraska from going 500 this year. You will be shocked when you see it.
Which celebrity Husker fan was decimated when Nebraska lost to Iowa on Black Friday? And it's just always a picture of what's his name from Workaholics, because he went to Omaha or
Adam Devine.
Adam Devine. It's always just Adam Devine. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think this might be good for the fans. This might be good for the people in the chat, Josh. I think maybe we're obligated to do this for the people that have supported us for so long.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
Make the national media negative about Nebraska again.
Mm-hmm.
Monogama.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
We're into that again.
Well,
I mean,
you
it
did
is-
say we were going to talk about politics.
We did say we are going to talk about politics. Jack was actually saving that for the next commercial break. So stay tuned. Jack will give all of his thoughts.
There you go.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Not a bad idea, Jack. So, again, that was KOTN, not us. We're
Not
negative.
us.
We're negative.
It's going to be terrible. You can count on it. Or at
Wow. A guarantee from Jack.
Get the tomatoes.
Yeah. Make the graphic. It's going to be terrible. I guarantee it. But make sure you close the quote on the next graphic. All right. Perfect. All right. Still more to come. Bottom of the hour, we'll have some unsportsmanlike content. When we return, Jack, what will we be discussing this offseason besides Nebraska being bad? You love looking ahead. Jack is like me, Nick. He loves counting down. What will the topics be in the offseason? What games are we excited for in week 1? This is my man. This is my fellow sicko.
It's January.
Well, that's good a time as any, Nick, to start looking forward. Jack and I do so next on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, yeah. I was supposed to talk. I forgot. We do this. Do this during the break. All right. What do we want to talk about? What do we want to talk about now? What time is it? I don't have a clock anywhere. Oh, it's 5:16. God, these 4-hour shows never friggin' end. Holy cow. Long show. All right. So 6:30. So I'll only have a half hour between when this gets over and when we get going with the national title game. KOTN does sound awfully close to KOZN. That's a great question. Did we create? Is that podcast a fictional podcast that Josh and I have created to promote certain theories, to give us some content? That'd be amazing. That would be an amazing, an amazing fake, like create a fake national podcast. Because nobody knows when you say a podcast, you're like, oh, I'm probably just not cool enough to know about that. But like create a fake national podcast that you'll play clips on about like what they're saying. Like you won't believe what they said. And then play it. And just sort of like a misinformation campaign. That'd be amazing. Burner podcast. Exactly. Kickoff closer to 7. Oh, okay. What do we got? A long national anthem. We got some kind of a ceremonial coin flip. Uh-oh, my computer turned off. That's not good. Went to a screensaver or something. What happened? I don't know if you guys can hear me. The world. Oh, I bet I know what happened. Let's see. There we go. Fixed it. If you could have anybody dead or alive to the halftime show tonight. Oh, do the halftime show. That was Nell Carter for sure of Give Me a Break fame. Famous for doing I believe the 94 Orange Bowl, the game played in 95 after the 94 season. Nell Carter, obviously first. That's obvious. Number 2, I don't know, probably some kind of a hypnotist type show. I remember when the hypnotist came to my high school gym for like an assembly, and he made these kids do just wild legal, but like I couldn't believe it. It was
Jack was in the middle of a story about an assembly, and now he won't get a chance to finish it until later. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Crecky says, Jack, we can hear you.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah. It might have been a joke.
D'Lo says, Kim Mulkey with just an acoustic guitar sitting.
Stop.
All right, Jack.
John Bishop can go to H for bringing that up in a private conversation.
It's like a DM that you
15 years ago. Yeah. That's a private conversation between me and him.
Yeah. You know what I won't be telling people about? The various private conversations we had in Mike Schaefer's basement on Saturday night.
Like?
I'm not going to say a single one of them. No, Jack, don't do that. You might just get your zipper caught again. All right, Jack, you love, as do I, counting down, looking ahead. But you told me this morning, you said when the national championship game arrives, and it's tonight, Jack, it's a little over an hour away, in case you forgot. You like getting excited for the early part of the schedule next year.
I always have this moment that I'm sad the season's over, which I know you can relate to. And then I always cheer myself up, formerly by going to a website like nationalchamps.net, where was always the place to find future schedules in the past. Now I think there are more places to be able to find them. So
yeah, fbschedules.com is the one that always has the early part of the schedule, because LSUfootball.net/.tv/HTM has not updated yet, which is very, very
sad. So I would usually go through I usually put a tweet out. I was like, hey, it's sad tonight, but don't worry, in whatever weeks we'll be getting ready for this slate of games. Nice. It always made me feel a little better.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe we could take a look ahead to what we are going to be discussing, looking forward to. A few months from now, these will all be on the tip of our tongue because we'll have talked about them so much. But
yeah, right now, Jack,
I don't know many of them.
There are 3 week 0 games as of today.
What do we got?
Stanford at Hawaii.
Yes.
Fresno State at Kansas.
Oh, okay.
And Farmageddon, Iowa State versus Kansas State in Dublin, Ireland.
Let's go.
Do we still call that one Farmageddon, or does it have to be Aer Lingus?
No, it's the Aer Lingus Classic featuring Farmageddon.
Oh,
yes.
Is what it is. Is what it is.
Okay, that's a decent week 0 schedule. That's an okay week 0 schedule.
Yeah, and we'll probably get some more week 0 games at some point in time. Of course, we know that week 1, Thursday night, we will be in Kansas City, Missouri, doing a radio show, getting ready for Nebraska versus Cincinnati. How glorious is that going to be? Nick, it's going to be here before you know it. Tomorrow, school is canceled because it's too cold. In August, we'll be sweating and gross, and we'll have to take showers when we get home.
But then it's almost going to be too cold again.
Nah.
Just let me register my annoyance again that Nebraska isn't playing on traditional week 1 Saturday.
I love it. I love that they're on that Thursday.
I hate it. I disagree.
Jack, they're going to win. They're going to win that game, and then you're going to be in a great mood.
Josh, I don't know what will happen in that game. You may know, but I don't know what's going to happen in that game.
I can see the future. They're going to win, and you're going to be a happy camper.
Well, if they don't, guess what?
You're going to be a mad camper?
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm handshake memeing with John. Stop taking away the summer.
Well, we're taking away your winter, though, Nick, so that's a positive from this discussion.
All right, what do we got? So we get to watch that game Thursday. We're all home or, maybe some are hanging out in the bars in Kansas City or whatever. But what do we got to look forward to after we get Nebraska out of the way, hopefully with a W on Thursday night?
Well, I can tell you this. Now, we don't know the date of this game yet. It could be one of the various days of opening weekend, right? It could be Sunday, Monday, it could be Saturday. Notre Dame is playing at Miami in week 1.
So many fantastic.
Yes.
I could not wow. Especially if Notre Dame wins tonight. That would be amazing in a lot of ways. Wow.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Jordan has given us a name for the Aer Lingus Classic, Farmalingus.
I like Farmalingus.
Sounds like something.
Farm Aer Lingus.
Farm or Farmalingus. Jack, your thoughts. Back to the schedule we go. Jack, might I interest you in Alabama at Florida State?
Ooh, I think so.
I think so. Wow. Okay,
well, I mean, Florida State, it depends what kind of pass rush James Williams can get going on that Alabama offense.
Hard to argue with that. Might I interest you in LSU at Clemson?
That'd be nice. That's nice.
Wow. All right.
That's good. No, that's really good. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about how White's first game is Florida State's defensive coordinator is going to be against Alabama. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. With a new quarterback, with a new starting quarterback.
Yeah. LSU Clemson. Where's that at? That's a neutral site game. Sounds like to me.
This says it's at Clemson.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm more excited about that. I pictured it as some neutral Atlanta game.
Yes. Okay. I got the Atlanta game for you. That game, Jack, is Syracuse versus Tennessee. Week 1 of the season.
A lot of orange. Wow.
Lot
of orange.
How about this? Former Pac-12 rivals, Utah at UCLA.
Ooh, okay. Maybe get an idea if Deshaun Foster is making some progress. Utah obviously ended this season on a huge downslide. So, okay. I like that.
I forgot to mention this, Jack, for Thursday. Now, all eyes will be on Nebraska, Cincinnati. But Scott Frost and UCF are hosting Jacksonville State.
Nice.
Any interest in Scott Frost's re-debut?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you don't think Nebraska fans will have that on screen too?
Oh,
they'll definitely be interested in that one.
Yeah, it definitely will. Let's see. Auburn at Baylor. Weird. It's interesting with Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze, a very religious man. Let's see. Other games. Georgia Tech at Colorado. Will Coach Prime still be the coach at Colorado? Many are asking.
That could be good.
Man, Jack, that might be. Oh, never mind. There was one more banger. Texas at Ohio State. Now, is it lessened at all that we just saw it in the playoff?
Oh, wow.
I'm just asking.
Texas at Ohio State.
That's tight, man.
That
is awesome.
They're going to try and plant that Texas flag right in the there it is.
Get arrested. Also, another Atlanta game, South Carolina versus Virginia Tech. So
that could be South Carolina could be fun. South Carolina could be fun next year. That's pretty good. Is that the Monday night game?
No, that one is locked in on Saturday. So one of those other games is going to
do we not know what the Sunday and Monday games are?
We do not know any of that stuff yet. Oh, I did miss one game. Bill Belichick's debut.
Yes.
With North Carolina as they're hosting TCU, right? Or are they at TCU? I saw it earlier. TCU at North Carolina. So there you go. Bill Belichick's debut. That seems like it would have to be like a prime time or a Sunday night, Thursday night. Like everyone's going to want a piece of the Bill Belichick action.
Oh, for sure.
I'm scrolling real quickly before
pretty good. That's a pretty good week one slate. There have been much worse.
There have definitely been much worse. I'm scrolling quickly through week 2. Army is at Kansas State. That's weird.
Our Army going to Manhattan, huh?
Obviously, Iowa at Iowa State is happening. Oklahoma State at Oregon, week 2. Oh, Michigan at Oklahoma. That'll be fun.
Ooh.
That'll be really fun.
Nice.
I think that was it in terms of
I already got one feeling.
That's fun.
Well, you were going over this. I got one feeling about next year. The lack of the anticipation for the Colorado game will feel like it's missing in this offseason.
We will not have that to look forward to. That is a great point. Or we won't have that to stress about. So that's also good, right? It's a positive.
Yeah, because it's Cincinnati and then it's what UTEP?
Akron, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Akron. That the UTEP was this year. My bad.
Yeah.
Akron. If it doesn't storm, right?
If it doesn't, yes.
If it doesn't storm,
will they get their pay? Will they get paid? Will Nebraska have to pay Akron still?
And then Houston Christian, which is like I don't think a very good.
But then isn't it Michigan after that in week 4?
And then Michigan in Lincoln in September 20th. Lincoln, Michigan in Lincoln, and then Michigan State in Lincoln before they even go anywhere.
Yeah,
no true road game till October 11th when they go to College Park.
Jack, they should be 6-0 by then.
You're right, but
Sorry, everybody.
5-1 at worst. At
worst. If they're 4-2, Nick, it's a disaster.
What if they're celebrating a bowl bid in College Park?
Wow.
On October 11th.
I can think of nowhere I would rather be.
Nowhere.
College Park, celebrating a bull berth.
Right.
All right. When we return, it's time for some unsportsmanlike content. Coming up in content.
Baseball?
Week 0 is going to show up again, Nick. The Creighton win comes at a cost. And Bob Diaco?
What?
No college baseball. Nick. 0. Yeah. It's coming up next year on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some content. 5 and end at the end of October. Where have I heard that before? Look at that schedule. I'm not going to listen. Now everybody can calm down because I'm not going to let myself do this because I don't believe in the scheduled game. I just made that case earlier. But like if you could have a schedule set up well for them or poorly, you'd pick well. So it maximizes the chances. Have you gone through this schedule? I don't know. Cincinnati, Akron, Houston Christian, Michigan State. Those are both at home. Then 2 Maryland, then 2 Minnesota, then Northwestern, and then Southern Cal and Lincoln, and then UCLA. No Wisconsin. Now the Wisconsin was a big problem last year. No Wisconsin, no Ohio State. You do go to Penn State and Iowa. You do go to Penn State, and then you have Iowa and Lincoln to finish the season. Like, I hate to tell everyone, and again, I'm not saying I'm buying into this. I can't say that enough. I'll say it again. It's not my theory, but all the people who said in the chat that the national folks, the podcasters, the people looking for the up-and-coming team, if you hate hearing that, I think Josh is right. That's going to be out there this year. Like, from people who don't follow like every team super closely, right? And you're just kind of doing the once over, right? You're looking for a coach that isn't new, that's in a later year. You're looking for a returning quarterback. You're looking at Hall in the transfer portal. You're looking at returning starters. I don't know how much that'll help them this year, but you're looking at schedule, and people are going to be pissed. People are going to be pissed. And then if people in the local media do it, that's going to be really bad. I can see the tension coming right now. Look, and again, I'm playing the schedule game, and I shouldn't. If you beat Cincinnati game, seems obvious. Cincinnati game's pretty huge. Very obvious thing to say, Jack. It's the first game of the year. Don't want to lose the first game. But set up there 3-0. Michigan coming in September 20th. Game day. Just kidding. Calm down. Jeez. You freaking calm down. Michigan State in Lincoln. Maryland, Minnesota, Northwestern, USC in Lincoln. Who did USC get as quarterback? Who'd they get?
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Folks, it is time for content. Nick Grim, take it away.
There are 4 possible Super Bowl matchups. Rank them in order of what you'd most like to see.
Jack, I will begin with Bills Commanders. Next, I will go Chiefs Commanders. Then I will go Bills Chiefs. And finally, I will go, or Bills Chiefs.
Bills Chiefs.
I will go Eagles. Crap.
You've confused me.
Eagles, Bills, and then Chiefs, Eagles. Yeah, I screwed up. Either way, Eagles bottom 2, Commanders upper 2 with the Bills as my number 1.
I did mine last night, but I went to that tweet, and now I disagree with it because I really don't want Chiefs Eagles.
You're arguing with yourself.
Yeah, me from 12 hours ago. I put Chiefs Eagles number 2, and I don't want. I agree with you. Washington Buffalo is number 1 for me.
Definitely,
that's number 1. Washington Chiefs would be Eagles Buffalo. Washington Chiefs are kind of co-2, and then Chiefs Eagles would probably be last. Man, the Kelsey stuff would, even though they're not both playing, it would still be so. I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen any of Jason Kelsey lately on anything? He's not. Is he doing anything?
No, he should get out more.
He does stuff on. Oh,
I've never seen. There's never been a more overexposed athlete ever.
It's
That is not hyperbole. He is the most overexposed athlete in history.
Yep, he definitely is.
Yes,
Nick, don't worry. The Bills are going to win this weekend. So don't have to worry about the Chiefs.
I hate this game.
Okay.
4 teams lost in the NFL this weekend. The Texans, Lions, Rams, and Ravens.
I wrote that question last night, Nick, and I forgot to fix it.
I could tell.
Yeah.
Give me a team you think will have the best playoff run next year. Looking ahead again?
Nice.
Give me one you think will miss the entire playoff.
Well, the truth is, I don't know. But it's going to be a great bid.
It is.
Into the future. Baltimore's got the best chance, I would say. And is it the worst? Who's going to have was that what you asked?
Who's going to miss the playoffs next year?
Oh, miss the playoffs?
Of the losers.
Yeah. Man. Is the Lions window over?
Dude, I was going to say, I think my pick might be the Lions.
Like, the other two are still on the up, right? Still, probably?
Yeah, I mean, Texans are in such a winnable division, so I almost want to cross them off from the discussion. I'm with you. The Ravens are really good. So then it comes down to the Lions or Rams. I guess I'll pick the Rams Mainly
it's
because
one of
they're
those
in a tough division, and the Lions, like, they're going to – well, we know officially, if you're in your car and you missed the news earlier, Ben Johnson is gone. He's going to be the Bears coach. They're probably going to lose their defensive coordinator as well. So, like, replacing 2 coordinators, that's tough. But the Rams are in a really tough – I mean, both teams are in a really tough division. I'm going to say the Lions make the playoffs again and the Rams don't.
Yeah, what's Goff's contract? What's his contract situation? I'm looking it up right now.
I think he's got a lot.
Oh, he's got a lot. All right, he's still around. He's 30. I mean, he's 30 years old.
Yeah,
I don't know. Oh yeah, he's
this weekend.
He's going to be there till at least 2028.
Yeah.
Nobody asked me, but I think that the Ravens are going to be the one that
to drop off.
Oh. I feel like they've been in such a poop or get off the pot situation over the last few seasons, but I feel like the Lions still have a little more in the.
That's a fair point because I closed the window on the Lions more quickly than I would have closed it. Than I closed it on the Raiders. Ravens.
Raiders. What year is it?
Raiders. Jeez, my apologies.
Oakland Raiders.
The Raiders. Ravens.
After a season in which many people on many sides said the NFC North was the best division ever, its teams went 0-3 in the playoffs. 0-3 in the playoffs?
0-3.
0-3 in the playoffs. Was it actually overrated this whole time?
So I don't think it was overrated, Jack. But you know what is interesting? And Mike Schaefer said this to me a lot throughout the season. The division did get to play the AFC South. And that was a nice boon for them in terms of picking up a ton of wins. I'm trying to remember the NFC conference that those teams played as well. Was it it was also the NFC South. So they got to play the NFC and the AFC South. That's like the best divisions to get to play because it's a bunch of average to below average teams. And you look at it like, I mean, I thought the Lions were a wagon this year, but their most impressive wins were mostly against like the teams in their division. The Packers, whenever they played good teams, they would lose. The Vikings, their best win ended up being Houston. And I think we all agreed Houston was just kind of like there. So, I mean, I guess my answer might be yes, even though I don't really believe it. It's just their schedule in all totality doesn't look as impressive as it did even a month ago. But that's just because you see what happened in terms of those other teams in those divisions. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's not as impressive as I thought it was in the moment.
All I could think about when you were talking about that was conference cheering, but applying it to division cheering in the NFL. Like, I'm a huge AFC South guy, you know. I follow all the teams in the. I love it. Like AFC South chants. Like Jacksonville beats somebody, beats Baltimore or something. It's like AFC South. Like it just means more in the AFC South, right?
I would make fun of it immensely. That said, the NFC Beast is back, never involving the Cowboys. It's great.
Right.
Creighton picked up another win on Saturday, the third straight for the men's team, this time at UConn. After a rough end to November and early December, are the Jays back?
Jack, are they? Or is the answer, I don't know?
That is the true answer. I don't know.
I think they might be back, Jack. I think that they might be helping Nebraska, you know.
I guess I was told that once something happens in a season, it goes that way forever. So
I know. Yeah, they're on the road at DePaul tomorrow. They're home against Seton Hall for the Pink Out game on Saturday. They're home again on Wednesday next week against Xavier, and they're going to be favored in those games. Suddenly, Jack, according to Bart, they are projected to finish 14-6 in conference and 21-10 overall. They might be back.
If you beat a 14th rated Big East team on the road, you're a great team and you're definitely in the tournament.
There you go.
Wow.
Hard to argue.
Speaking of the Jays, our friend Connor Happer is on the call tomorrow night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Whoa!
Jack, you wear that weird yellow coat sometimes. You got any advice for dear Happer before he's on the call?
Probably not. I'm going to guess he's done that more than I have. So probably not. Just be yourself, right? Let your heart speak. And
in the fight, you don't know.
And don't be afraid to say you don't know, right?
Great advice. Those are great pieces of advice. Let's a moment of silence for our good friend John. That is who Creighton lost on Saturday. Saturday?
Yes.
Did he lose his voice? What happened to him?
He got sick.
Wow, you said moment of silence.
Well,
you kept talking.
Sorry, I didn't mean
All right.
You know what? I'm going to take a knee during this moment of silence.
There you go. Not a bad idea. You look the exact same height as you were 2 seconds ago. Doesn't look well. Now you just look close.
Yeah.
I don't think you're changing your height. I guess you do look a little shorter now. There we go. Much better.
Just move your webcam up.
Yeah, actually, Jake, you could have just moved the web. I'm going to take a knee for John. There we go. I'm taking a knee for him.
I'm gonna do the rest of this on my
Nice. That is what she said.
Yep.
Yeah.
That.
Many people on many sides
Oh, wow. A lot of people on sides are talking these days, Nick.
are discussing moving the Army-Navy game.
Uh-oh.
Joel Klatt wants it during week 0. Paul Feinbaum decided to go a little harder in the paint, saying, "We're wasting a week, playing the game where it is. You two love this game. What should happen with it?"
Jack, your thoughts on
I
your
love having our Army play our Navy on week 0. I love it. I would be all into it. Instead of being sad and making everyone mad thinking I'm not supporting the troops just because I'm in a bad mood that the season's ending, I would be so enthusiastic about that game and the oncoming season that I would be Patriot of the Week for that game.
Patriot Supply Jack.
Patriot of the Week.
Brought to you by Patriot Supply.
I would be the best Patriot around because of my excitement because it's in week 0. And they're like,
your football game.
They want your game in August. I love this idea, Jack. Also, it would be played in warmer weather, which would be hilarious because I think of that as a cold weather game. But I'm with Jack. I'll stand and salute the flag like I never have before if that game's in week 0. I'd be so excited for it. Be like, welcome back football. Meanwhile, December, I'm sad. My life is over.
Let's quit putting a negative. You know who the ones who don't support the troops on this are? The people, the schedulers who keep putting it on the saddest weekend of the year. That's not fair to them.
Is it the saddest weekend of the year because it is, or because you associate it with the Army-Navy game being there?
Why not both, Nick?
No, it's not, Nick. It's because the season is over. Because it's it's not a full fun
last game of the season.
You don't have the excitement of the season coming forward. It is just
you can't flip the channel. You can't quad box. You can't do
anything. And you know what, Josh? If you want to give it its own day separate from the other ones, week 0 Sunday. Cool. How about that? Week 0 Sunday.
I'll give
or
it its
Monday
own
night.
slot. That would be awesome.
America's Monday Night Football. Army Navy. I would be thrilled.
Jordan says, "How about week -1? So it's still by itself.
That's even better.
Before week 0.
How about on the 4th? How about on the 4th of July?
That's as American.
Oh my gosh, dude! A week -8. It would be so cool. A week just before all of the rest of it. Just a little taste of college football.
Jack.
Man, with the fireworks going off. Oh, Ray Charles singing.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Here's what I want you to do, Jack. I want you to schedule a tweet for the 4th of July and say, "Don't you wish Army Navy was playing today?" And then we'll forget about it. And then on the 4th of July, that'll pop up and we'll remember and we'll say, "Oh my gosh, what a great idea."
It's a great bit.
And
Jack,
then Sean's going to get so pissed.
Make sure you include past Jack here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. By the way, Happer is listening, and we appreciate him. He says, "Thank you, Jack. Great advice."
Yes.
So he's going to bring that to the call tomorrow.
What did I say? Use your heart, or
I think so. Be yourself.
Whatever. I don't
And
know
you
what
said
you
it's
should
okay
do.
to say, "I don't know." By the way, Jack is still on his knees.
What? Oh, I said I was going to do the rest.
Yeah, I guess you did.
It feels.
No major.
I'm
Sorry,
stretching my
Jack.
back. Sorry, I get my back. Never mind. Go ahead.
Excellent.
No major decisions were made regarding the future format of the 12-team college football playoff on Sunday, but tweaks to the 2025 season haven't been ruled out. CFB Executive Director Rich Clark said. What do you expect to happen?
So remember, they have to get a unanimous vote. So they have to have everyone on the side to approve it. And so that's why when we discuss them removing the auto buys for the top 4 conference champs, I just don't know, Jack, if that's going to be like a 100% yes, because if I'm the Mountain West commissioner, why would I want to agree to that? That ended up being huge for them that they had Boise State in the semis. That said, I think they're going to fix the seating. I think they're going to get some sort of an agreement with them, maybe a guarantee about they'll being in the next iteration of the college football playoff.
My speaker's unplugged for a part of that question, so I'm not sure what we're talking about.
My Lord.
Let's just skip to the last one then, Nick.
But I agree. Also, I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Bob Diaco is back.
Yeah,
Folks,
heard that.
No, not at Nebraska. He's going to North Carolina. Why do you think the GOAT NFL coach wants him on his staff?
He's got Diaco Mania. Belichick, Diaco Mania. Wow. That's going to burn, Josh. If that is if Diaco and Belichick together in the playoffs, that will be tough for Nebraska fans. So taking on Scott Frost probably in the first round of the playoffs.
Handshake.
Can you imagine?
Pain.
Can you imagine UCF, North Carolina in December while Nebraska's sitting at home?
Wow, that sounds like the worst day ever. But KOTN promised that they will make it to the playoff next year. So TN. By the way, Jack, how about this tweet from Brett McMurphy? Exactly 60 minutes until kickoff. Hashtag CFB playoff.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
The game's tonight, Jack.
Yeah, the game's tonight. And it's 1 hour away. That's good for everybody who's planning. You have 1 hour to kick off. I will text people that are at sporting events, and I will ask them, hey, what does the countdown clock say for the official start time?
That's so
and it's why? It helps me plan, Jack.
Oh, I get it.
It's like if I want to take Banks for a walk real fast and not miss the start of the Husker game, but if it kicks off at 2:40 instead of 2:30, I
do something like that. At halftime of football and basketball games, I set a timer on my watch for the length of the halftime. But
exactly.
I'll tell you, I don't know what the actual time of those halftimes are because I think I know, but it always is wrong.
College football is 20 minutes. College basketball is, I believe, 15, but it's once the coaches leave the floor.
It's not exactly that.
Connor Happer says, Josh, this is ridiculous.
No, it is not. It's
sicko behavior.
No, like because of what I said, I kind of get it because I do that with third quarters.
How is this ridiculous?
Why do you need to plan like this?
Because I don't want to miss the kickoff to the game.
You don't want to miss the kickoff and then another 2-minute commercial break?
No. What are we talking about? Icon. Josh harasses people at work so he can decide whether to walk his. No harassing. They have their text on their computer. It's just a normal message to send. I send it to John sometimes. Hey, what time does the Creighton game start? I asked him. Jack and I did this fun thing where we watched the Nebraska-Creighton game back in November on the internet. I texted John that day, and I said, what's the official start time? Because I needed to know what time we were going on. John said it was 7:02. It started so fast after that. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing anymore. Can you hear me?
Yo, no, I can hear everything you're saying. My knees... it turns out putting your 47-year-old knees on, like, the plastic thing that your chair rolls on after about 5 minutes is wildly uncomfortable.
Are you stuck?
No, I'm not stuck. But it'll look. I mean, it'll not look natural when I get up. But I'm kind of trying to take the weight off my knees. It hurts.
Jack, before we go to break,
squat.
Why don't you just like sit up or something?
Now I'm like a catcher.
Mustache Adam says 3-game Army Navy series: 4th of July, Labor Day, and Veterans Day.
Forget that. Memorial Day. Let's keep moving it back.
Play all the holidays.
Flag Day.
Yeah. What other holidays are there for veterans and/or troops?
I think we covered the big ones.
Christmas. Yeah, I think that's it. Christmas.
Perfect. All right, we fixed everything today. When we come back, we will discuss what's for dinner, and we'll see how Jack's knees are doing.
Bad.
We'll say goodbye for the show on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, jeez. Holy cow. That hurt worse than I thought it would. Just putting the old knee on I think it wasn't on that plastic thing that you roll around on. It wouldn't have been as bad. Peace, man. Okay, peace. Peace to you too. Ray Charles back from the dead. I didn't say he was going to be there live. Just saying the ambiance would be. Yeah, I'm aware. I was there when Ray Charles died. Well, not personally. I wasn't there personally, but I was there mourning him. I listened to his Genius Loves Company, I believe. The Genius Loves Company? Something Loves Company album where he did the duets. He did one with Michael McDonald on that. Do you know that? Ray Charles, Michael McDonald. What a freaking weird. That's a weird duet. We have knee pads at Joe's. Good. Makes me feel better. I need knee pads for this. He does one with Willie Nelson on that album, I believe. That's a good one. Well, I believe that's called It Was a Good Year. It's a good album. Does one with Nora Jones. She was, she was like really popular at the time because she did that My Heart is Drenched in Wine song in the early aughts. No, I wouldn't. That's why Luckily, I was born into a very Protestant family, Jordan, so obviously not an issue for me. We barely move at all. Oh, God, so what's for dinner? By the way, that refrigerate is spelled wrong on that graphic. I don't think there's a D. Is there? I mean, I know you say a fridge, but I don't think that's how you spell refrigerate. What time do the girls play? If somebody could design, if somebody could design the most simple app that, and I say this because I'll probably need this at some point in my life too. But having relatives that would use it, that you just push, this has got to exist in some ways, but just push a button and it says exactly whatever team you follow, college team, and all, and like exactly where they are, what time the game is, and what channel it's on. And I know that seems simple, and you could Google it, and you put it in the newspaper, but still, it would get. You sell that thing for a 99-cent download, and then just maintain it, and you're going to make a lot of money. I'll tell you that right now. If you could just design it now, they probably have to put in their cable credentials at the beginning, right? Or if they've got satellite, or if that kind of a thing. But
when you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Jack, I heard you during the break. You love what's for dinner. What's for dinner?
No idea.
All right. Well, cool. You fit right in.
I don't live my life like you guys do, apparently, where I plan meal, especially if I do this show. I don't have time to think about that crap.
I wonder if it's an afternoon show thing, because it gives you a thing to like look forward to, like the last hour to count down to.
I love
dinner.
counting down to dinner. We're having wings. My wife is making wings tonight.
Nice.
Very excited. What?
You could call her and ask how much time is left on the clock, so the countdown could be accurate on the oven or whatever.
You can't make fun of me when you're a weirdo about halftime stuff. We're the same guy, Jack. You and I are the same guy, just on the other sides of the coin. Put our faces on a coin. Zone coin.
I don't know.
Is this a new meme coin where we make lots of money?
Oh, no.
I want
Let
some
me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up, I'm going to sit there, and I'm going to look in the fridge for about 90 seconds, and then I'll close it. Then I'll open the pantry and look at that for a while. I'll probably grab a few chips and walk around.
Gotta love that.
And then I'll think about seeing if anybody wants to want me to go to the grocery store, pick something up. Anybody, and if they don't,
it's freezing out there. It's hot outside.
I'm not. Listen, it's winter in Nebraska. Toughen up. And then I'll open up the fridge
Winter
again.
soft, says Jack.
And then and then at some point I'll put a bunch like some meat and some cheese in a bowl and put it in the microwave and put some hot sauce on it, and then I'll eat it. I mean, this is
meat, cheese, and
I'll sit and I'll eat. I'll sit and look at my phone at the table by myself, and I'll eat it. Drink a couple of glasses of water.
Wow,
That's so sad.
This sounds like the worst national championship meal I've ever heard of.
Jeez.
Nick,
Hey,
what are you having?
don't know.
All right.
Also, I know that there's no D in refrigerate. That's part of the bit. John.
Oh, it's a
pointed
bit.
out.
It's a bit.
It's also a bit to have 4 stars instead of 3 because you can't have
you
4.
didn't even know that.
I'm not a chef though.
We
Nick.
got some weird snooty chef that's like, oh, by the way, restaurant can have 4 Michelin. Why not? Just put one there.
Because
add a star.
It's like why recruiting websites don't have 6 stars. They have 5.
Why are we letting a tire company decide what a restaurant is?
That's actually a good question, Nick. It's a good question. Chance with a good idea, Jack. What time do the girls play coin? What do we think about that for a meme coin? What time do the girls play? It's a great idea.
That'd be
Great
good.
idea.
That'd be good.
What are you doing there, Nick?
We had the same idea.
What are you doing there?
We had the same idea.
All right. So that was the
show.
Grum.
That was the Grum.
This shows the Grum.
That was a good time. I had a great time today. Jack, I can't wait to hear about your meat and cheese microwaved goo.
Maybe I'll crunch up some tortilla chips on top of it.
I don't know why. When
That
you
kind of a thing.
meat, the first thing I thought of was ham. So I imagine you throwing ham in a bowl and
try
cheese
some
in a bowl, and then dousing it in hot sauce for some reason.
Where my brain went, I went with like summer sausage and like block cheese.
Interesting.
Like, and then he said microwave and
yeah,
like none of that is totally off limits. Just for the record,
ham with hot sauce.
Summer sausage.
Is it better than dry?
Oh man, that sounds wild. Yeah, no thanks.
Jack, are you okay?
Hey, that reminds me. I want to start a restaurant that makes like bowl meals like that and call it Bowl Game, and like it'd be and then just have like pictures of Nebraska's bowl games all over it. But all you do, I just have a list of like every ingredient that I have anywhere, and you just check what you want and put it in a bowl, serve it to you. It would work.
Each seat could have a specific theme depending on the bowl game.
There you go.
I want to sit in 20. No, I guess
no. Each seat would be named after a bowl. You'll be sitting in the Alamo Bowl booth tonight.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Bowl game. Think about it. Don't steal the idea though.
Jack, what do you have coming up on your radio show, which is on 1400 KLIN from 6 to 9 tomorrow morning?
Probably talk about the. I think we got John Baylor on. I have to text him.
Oh, volleyball.
John Baylor.
What do people talk about with volleyball in January?
Text John Baylor. We good for tomorrow? Question mark.
Incredible.
Well, the Supernovas thing and
Supernovas thing. You're defending PVF champions, Omaha Supernovas.
Great work.
Well,
do you have to talk about the
starting
the
their own league? Starting their own league, right? Yeah, that
MLV.
Do you have to talk about the news of today? Are you going to talk about that
with Baylor? The news of today?
No, with just anybody.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll play some clips and I'll do
go.
the thing I do where I
actually don't know what's going to happen the next 4 years.
Well, I mean, fair.
I'll try my best not to offend anyone, but still try and say some stuff. You know how it goes.
You walk a fine line.
Some
Walk
people
the fine
try their
line.
best to offend other people. I think sometimes we should try to offend other people.
Yeah, I love offending people.
Maybe I should, but it's kept me my job for a long
Ready?
time.
I'm going to offend somebody right now by saying this. I am rooting for the independent Notre Dame Fighting Irish to win their first national championship since the year that I was born tonight. Go Notre Dame. They're probably going to lose by 15 points.
I have no takes. This is a really boring ass championship.
Boring?
Boring.
Wow. Jack, the Natty is in 47 minutes.
And I don't know how it'll end.
Enjoy your meat, cheese, hot sauce, microwaved item.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Jack is gone tomorrow because John is back in tomorrow. We have Brunsey, we have Sipple, we have national championship reactions. Maybe John will talk about the Rams. Hopefully John can talk.
Maybe John will talk.
Maybe John will talk. For Jack, for Nick, I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Bye.